1 second ago. So there are a few of you waiting. It shows 9 people in here. Let me know, where are you watching from? I'll be honest with you 9 people here so far. 8. I have no clue where I am right now. Let's see. I see a couple people already commented. There was a someone named Black who said 안녕하세요, welcome. A Faify and Ashley, welcome, welcome. If you're watching, hey Keith, see a familiar name there. Let me know where you're watching from. I am streaming right now from somewhere in Korea, but I'll be honest with you, I actually don't know completely where I am. I mean, I can't completely speak English either. Apparently, I've been to this park a lot. At least I've been to it like 3 times. But the last time that I came here was like 3 years ago. So stuff looks kind of different and I'm kind of lost. I'm trying to find some of the places that I went to 3 years ago. I actually went here to take photos because this is a popular place for taking photos, but I can't locate a single one of the places I took photos with. Not a single one. Let's just see where everyone says they're watching from. Let's see, Bahamas, I think was the first person that said where they're watching from. It's just scrolling on the chat here. California, nice. How's the weather over there right now? In Korea, it was nice until a couple days ago, and then it started getting really hot. Lollipop, welcome. America, says Chloe with exclamation marks. The UK, Ocean as well. 미국에서 보고 있습니다. Welcome from the faraway land. I've heard of it. This foreign exotic country called, there's a spider right in front of my face. America. Houston, Texas, welcome. Bali, New Jersey, Canada, South Africa, Houston, another Canada, New York. Why is the stream muted for you? Well, unmute the stream. That should fix it. Small. I don't know. Everyone else can hear me, I think. I mean, at least I assume they hear me because they're all saying where they're watching from. What if when Small came in, I was just like, and then everyone just pretend that only Small can't hear? Jamaica, Brazil, North Carolina, Hoju, welcome from Hoju. Singapore, Mexico, just in case if I missed those, as well as Brazil. Okay. No, I was okay. Sorry. Yeah, I'm in a park, and there's like still like some spider webs somewhere. I don't want to say exact park because I don't want someone to come find me. It's not too hard to get here, but you'll figure it out once you see some stuff if you live in Korea. I've been here before a few times, but like I said, I haven't been here. The last time I was here was in 2022 in the fall, and it looked totally different because the fall had fall colors. Right now it's all green and green, 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 green. But at that time it was like orange and yellows and pinks and reds, and it was really vibrant. And a lot of the places that I remember visiting in this park, oh, there's one I know. I actually recognize one spot. Hey, okay, that's good. That's good. But I'm not able to find any of the other spots. I just right now just found one of the places. I'll show you. One of the places that I visited last time, but I can't find all the others. So I must just be in the wrong place. It can't be that they tore down some of the things. It must just be I'm in the wrong location. There's this little bamboo here. I'll show you. We switch around the cameras. If I can do that. Here we go. There's like this little tiny bamboo forest. It's not really a forest, but some bamboo here. I don't know, a few hundred square foot area. I don't know. It's pretty small. But I do remember going here. So that's one place I can recognize. Let's see where else other people are from. People are still telling me where they're from. Yes, we can hear you in Texas. That's great. Another person says they're watching from Canada, Oregon. Make sure they're not radioactive spiders. Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing, as I've learned from movies. Oh, there's another couple places. Okay, I recognize this area here. But still, there's like that whole other area where I was in that everything I recognized is gone. I can't find a single thing. So I wonder, I wonder if they like tore those displays down to like make room for new ones and they haven't put anything else new up. Looks a little different than I remember. Anyway, I'm gonna check out here because I do remember this place. So what we're gonna be doing for today, why is the chat not showing up? There we go. Where am I? Yes, I'm in Seoul. More specifically, I'm in Korea. Even more specifically, I'm not in the US, if that helps. Okay, we have a couple questions coming in. I'll get to those in just a second. Another person from Canada, Egypt. What's the time in Korea? It's 10 o'clock. Yeah, spidey senses aren't a bad thing. Infections due to spider bites are. I have gotten bit pretty bad by a spider a few times. I don't even know what kind of spider, but in California we do have some kind of like orb spiders sometimes, which can leave pretty nasty bites that hurt a long time and look bad. Yeah, so I have been bitten before. Okay, I kind of remember this place. I've been here before. This looks similar to what I remember. But this still isn't the place that all the other stuff was gone. Anyway, I don't want to be around here. It's going to be super bright. Will you also be in Korea in the fall? I don't know yet. I don't have plans yet. We'll see. It all depends on if I have people I can meet and videos that I can film. And if the answer to both of those is yes, then I will come again in the fall. Last year, though, the answer was no. I didn't have any extra videos I needed to film or people that I needed to meet in the fall. A few of the people that I would have come to meet in the fall weren't going to be available that time to meet. So I felt like I shouldn't go to Korea just to film like 4 videos. It's kind of expensive. It's a lot of work and time. So I decided not to come last year in the fall, but this year, who knows? If more people are available, because I don't usually film too many videos by myself when I'm here in Korea. Most of the videos you see me film in Korea are collaborations. I can film by myself in the US, but yeah. Okay, let's see. There's a sign here advertising chicken delivery. Oh, hold on. I just saw some orange thing. Kyled! Hold on, I gotta go in the shade so I can read your message. It's too bright out here. Kyled, eating at a restaurant with my mom right now, but I hope you enjoy your stroll and the rest of your stream. Have a nice day. Thank you. Kyled, you have just bought me lunch for today because the average price of lunch in Korea is somewhere around like $8. If you want really fancy food, you could get it for like, I don't know, $15 to $20 for like nicer restaurants, you know, $30 if you want to go all out. So Kyled, thank you. You just bought me lunch for today. I don't know what I'm going to eat yet. I'll find something good though after the stream ends. I don't know. Last time I think I did like kukbap or something, or someone suggested me what usually people suggest what I should eat after doing the streams every time. So we'll do that again. Thank you again, Kyled. Okay. So as I was gonna show you real quick, if you're in the park in Korea, see if this will work. Don't think that just because you're in a park, you can't order chicken. So this is a hold on, let me show you. Here we go. Okay. Chicken 배달 zone. So literally chicken delivery zone number 7. So what that does is this company, it's just advertising a company for that does delivery chicken. This is not paid sponsorship or anything. Really, don't call this number and ask for the Billy discount. They won't know what you're talking about. But if you order chicken and you tell them where you're at, so this is, oh, well, now you know where I'm at. But anyway, it's fine. You won't find me anyway. And you tell them you're in the zone 7, then they'll deliver you chicken right here. And actually, now I should probably move just in case if there's that kind of subscriber. I don't think I have that kind of subscriber. You guys are all cool. If you guys wanted to meet me in person, you just come to my fan meetup, right? Can you get chicken delivered for your picnic? I could. That's the thing, you can. In Korea, if you're at a public park, you can actually just order chicken to where you're at and tell them kind of where you're at, and they'll deliver it. And not all parks have that kind of system where they like have the number next to it. But a lot of places do. So if you're ever like relaxing in a nice park and you're like, oh man, I wish I had like, some sodas, some snacks, some fried chicken, pizza, or whatever like that, call them. They probably will deliver to you. I've done that before once. My friends have done it, so I've heard about it, but I've personally done it before once, and yeah, it worked well. I was at the Hanang, actually the same spot that I did my fan meetup last week, and oh, here we go. I recognize this area again. So I was at that same spot, and we ordered chicken, and they delivered it right to where we were sitting down on a little tarp, and the chicken was like subpar, but it was a really cool experience. Okay, I think I know where we are now. Now let's check the chat again. You might be gone before my flight lands. Plumber Man, are you coming here to the park to meet me right now? I'll wait for you. Just you can find me. I'll be hiding right underneath that bridge right there. If you look for a man with like a shredded shirt and a hat that's like eating raw fish straight from the river and with no hair, talking like Smeagol, that's me, because I waited so long for you to come. But yeah, I promise, you just have to buy me lunch to make it worth my while. Okay, let's see what other comments we got. Kylet said, awesome, glad to feed you while I buy my mom dinner too. Such a good son. There's an expression for that. Hyuja is like a devoted, a pietous child, like you're good, the good son who does the things that they're supposed to for their parents. They take care of their parents and stuff like that. And there are a couple other related terms for that too. But basically today you get to be hyuja. So you get to support your mother, and you get to support your online Korean mother, Billy. Isn't that wonderful? Okay, let's see the chat. And we're not just gonna be, I'm not just gonna be rambling to the camera the whole time today. We're gonna be going on a little walk around this area that I totally know like the back of my hand. And I'm also going to be showing you my favorite drink that you could make. Actually, you can make it outside of Korea too. They sell these ingredients in Korean markets. I've seen in the States, at least at several in California I've been to. They probably have them in others. They're not rare ingredients. And if not, you can even order them online, I believe. But it's my favorite drink to get in Korea. And yes, you can assemble it from supermarket ingredients. And I'll show you that in a bit. I have it in my bag. My bag is like, let's see if I can, yeah, kind of show you. It's really heavy because I'm carrying around like an ice cup and the other ingredients I need for this drink. It's not too fancy, but I think it tastes really good. Just 2 ingredients and an ice cup. I'll show you. Okay. So while we're walking around this park, maybe I'll give you a front view. While we're walking around this park, I'd like to take a few questions. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. Oh, I remember this place. I came here also most recently 3 years ago, and let's see if they still have the snacks they did before. Yeah, they do. This place had the best sotok I've ever had in my life. That's sotok. Actually, they have a picture right here. I can show you. This one. Okay, I don't want to stay around there too long because there are people inside working and they're going to think I'm going to order. But anyway, that's the best place I ever had it at, which is not really a very high bar because it never tastes amazing. But this place, I remember, tasted really good. And I'm not showing you my face right now because I'm squinting really hard due to the sun. Actually, I'll show you what it looks like. It's really bright. Okay, so let's take some questions while we kind of walk around this park. Okay, let's see. What's your favorite Korean artist? Jason asks, my favorite Korean artist. Currently, I do not have one. I don't really listen to Korean music. Here, we got some shade. So I can unsquint now. I don't really listen to too much Korean music. At least I don't like pick my Korean music. I'll listen to whatever's playing at a cafe. My favorite music though in general is not like songs, so it doesn't really overlap much with Korean. I think most of the time I'm listening to music, it'll be while I'm doing work, while I'm like when I'm writing the new course that I came out with, or editing a book or something like that. I usually just pick to listen to whatever soundtrack music I can find, or sometimes, you know, video game soundtrack. I really don't care. It's just something to kind of play in the background that doesn't have lyrics, that's not distracting. But what's popular changes literally every week. Every month there will be some group that everyone's like, oh, it's amazing now, I love that group. And then the next month you come back and people are like, oh yeah, that's, you know, they're still good, but now this new group is bigger. It keeps changing. I'm not sure if it's still like Le Seraphim or if it's changed again. That's what it was a while ago. Okay, let's see. What's your favorite convenience store? CU, 7-Eleven, or GS25? They're all kind of the same. CU, I think, has better fried stuff in the little section that they sell than GS25 or 7-Eleven. But other than that, unless you're looking for a specific item, they're all kind of the same. They all sell the same stuff. Did you buy the Nintendo Switch 2? No, I'm not a millionaire. 당신은 서울의 어느 지역에 살고 있나요? I am not living in Korea, but right now I'm visiting Korea. Oh no, there's some church music playing. Ooh, oh, never mind. Sorry, I take it back. And now I hear it more clearly. It's the Korean anthem. I was like, oh, all I heard is the high-pitched voice, and then I could hear, oh, it's da 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 da. That's the Korean national anthem. 우리 나라 만세. I'm not sure why they're playing that or where it's coming from, but go ahead. Nintendo Switch 2 owners are indeed millionaires. Yes, they're very rich. I'm trying not to tell my son Jeremy that the Switch 2 already came out, although I'm sure he already knows. Okay, let's see. Billy, do you feel like you learned more Korean when you were in Korea? Like maybe listening to a native saying something that you don't know before, or a grammar? Yes! Being in Korea is still the best way to learn Korean. It doesn't mean that being in Korea you're going to learn Korean at all. And I think most people I know who live in Korea do not speak Korean well. Or I'll even go further than that. I'll say most people I know who live in Korea can't speak Korean, like pretty much at all, besides a few expressions. So being in Korea doesn't guarantee you're going to learn Korean. Isn't that right? But it is the best way, it gives you the best chances to learn. You're not going to remember the things you're using, the things you're learning and practicing long term, unless you constantly get to use them and you're constantly exposed to them. I'll forget some complicated words that I learn if I don't get exposed to them. Even if I'm doing them regularly in my vocab study, unless I actually get exposed to them and have chances to use them and hear other people using them or read them, they're not going to be as quick. I'm not going to be able to use them as fast. So yeah, being in Korea is the best for that. But at least if you can't be in Korea, that doesn't mean you can't learn Korean fluently if you're not living here. But if you can't, at least you need to have people you can practice with on a regular basis. And if you can't do that, at least you need to be doing tons and tons of listening practice so you can kind of get used to hearing it. So that's the bare minimum, is lots of listening practice. Better than that is lots of listening practice plus lots of speaking practice. And then the absolute best is plus you're in an environment where even when you're not doing either of those two things, you're still going to be exposed to Korean just by being in the country. Like me walking around, I see the signs of the park. I'm still like, my head can still be in Korean, even if I'm not speaking in Korean right now or hearing any Korean. Odd gorilla sighting. Yeah, this is a park known for its like artwork and stuff. Hold on, I don't think I want to go that way. Let me go over here. this is a park known for its like art installations. So there's no theme. So there's lots of random stuff. There's just so much random stuff and everywhere. Isn't that right? Yes. Yeah, the gorilla is like, the gorilla, me and him go back. We're pretty chill. Okay, let's take another question. Did you have the same panic attack I had when a certain flashcard app went down recently? I see it changed name. Wait, which one are we talking about? Did I miss something, or am I not thinking of it right now? Flashcard app went down. Are you talking about when Anki wouldn't sync? But that was a while ago, unless you're talking about something else. Billy, I'm moving to Korea on Wednesday for 6 months. This Wednesday? Do you know anything about data plans or best SIM options? So 6 months is kind of long for me to give you a recommendation for that. If you were here for a short time, because I've never had to deal with getting a long-term SIM card for myself, I can help you with short-term, like 3 months, no problem. But for 6 months, it's a little bit longer because you might have you can get a SIM card. I can tell you some companies for that. There's a Airalo. There is what's the one that I use right now? Oh, there's another one I'm using right now. I can't remember, but if you ask me in my Discord, I'll tell you the two that I know. And those ones will help you get a SIM, no problem. 6 months, no problem. The issue though is your home carrier might not like you not using your home plan while you're over in Korea. It depends on the carrier. I know Google Fi doesn't like it if you're outside of the US for more than like 2 months. They start bugging you, and then after 3 months or so, they'll just shut down your account. Even though they say you can do international roaming for free, they limit it. So you have to check your carrier in the US for how they are about your not using your local thing and only using an eSIM. Right now I use US Mobile, I believe, for my regular one. They don't seem to care. And then I have an eSIM, so that's my actual physical SIM, which I have whenever I'm in the US, so I can use my US phone number and everything. But then when I go to Korea, I switch over to an eSIM, and I think I'm using Airalo right now. And I'm paying somewhere around, what is it, like $100 for 50 gigabytes, and it lasts 90 days. I think that's the plan that I have right now. I'm not exactly sure on the price, but it's pretty good for eSIMs, as far as eSIMs are concerned. So basically 3 months of high-speed phone data, 50 gigabytes that expires in 90 days. So it's plenty, it's more than I need. But for 6 months, I'm not really sure the best way to go about that. Are you in Suwon? No, not right now. I will be going to Suwon though from next week. So this is my last week where I'm staying in Seoul, but you'll still see me in Seoul. I still visit Seoul from Suwon quite often. Okay, let's see. See a couple other people. I'm just scrolling up. Lexica, hello. Do you think Duolingo's Korean course is good? I've never used it, but I haven't heard people recommend it. Yes, I'll probably go with Airlo for a bit and check out the other. Yeah, I mean, maybe I should just get a, I almost like fell down. Korea has so many of these things, I want to show you, where it's like a random step. There's like no notice, like, hey, by the way, you're going to fall down. Okay, by the way, you're going to fall down. Okay, now you're really going to fall down. Okay, now you're going to fall down twice. Like they have these random steps. It's not a this park thing. It's a all over Korea design thing where they have lots of steps that suddenly just appear while you're walking. And I don't like it. But yeah, I was talking about Airlo. I should set up like a referral code or something, because I mean, I'll tell you guys to use them anyway. But yeah, it's pretty good. There are some issues with it. Like it's not going to be as fast to connect the first time when you arrive in Korea. I think I usually have to wait like 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes or so before I get like a full connection. Otherwise, like the first 5 minutes, you just get nothing, which is kind of annoying when you first land. You want to like message people, hey, I'm here. Okay, what do I do? Where do I meet? Like all this stuff. You can't do it for the first few minutes, partially because the airport doesn't have great service outside in that area, but also just because it takes a while to connect. Other than that, though, it's been great. So I've used it now 3 or 4 times. Before that, I used just Google Fi's free international roaming service. And then before that, I used T-Mobile, which was also free, but terribly slow. So I have a little bit of experience with it, but never for like long term. There's plenty of iPhone plans that you cancel after like 3 months. Yeah, the issue though is price. What is it doing? Why is it doing this? Did I touch something? Oh, I think I touched something. There we go. I touched something on my device. The issue is price. You can always just get a SIM card, no problem. You can go to the airport, no preparation, and buy a phone with a SIM card. Like all of that you can do really easily. The issue is price. Do you want to pay, $50 a month for 4 gigabytes or 3 gigabytes of slow data? No. And do you want to have to use a different phone? No. Do you want to have to like install a special SIM card into your phone that replaces your current one? Like, no, you just want to do it really simply. Keep your same phone, right? You don't want to have another setup when you get back to the US where you remove everything. No, you don't want that. You just want to like turn it on, activate it, and then when you go to the country, it works. And then when you come back, it works. And then you pay the bill, you forget about it. So that's why I like the current one that I use. See, I sound like I'm selling it, but I swear I have no relationship with them. I just like that it works. And I've used a couple. I had a different company before, but yeah, I can't remember which is the other company I used right now. I think I'm using Airlo right now. But yeah, please check in my Discord and I'll confirm that for you. I pay like $1,200 monthly. Yeah, that's good. Do you still use Google Fi? I don't. I switched to US Mobile. Nothing wrong with Google Fi's service. It worked. Actually, yeah, there was. Never mind. There were some issues with it. Didn't work too great. But the main issue though was that when you come to Korea, it's free data, but it was slow. You would get at best, it felt like using 3G back in 2012 when 3G came out, and it's like, yeah, it kind of works. You can, send messages and you can kind of watch videos, but it just wasn't that great. And then after I'm in Korea for 2 months, they would start bugging you like, hey, you better come back, to the US or we're going to cancel your plan. You can't use your plan outside of Korea. So I had to deal with that sort of thing. So that's why I don't use them anymore. Other than that, though, other than those terrible problems, it wasn't too bad. But yeah, no, I mean, it's fine if you want to use it. Can you buy or use an eSIM? Yes, I'm using an eSIM right now. If you find someone or call a taxi, talk to them using K-drama Korean. There is no such thing as K-drama Korean. What you're referring to is what they call acting, but it's not K-drama Korean. It's just acting. It's like, is there a Hollywood English? No, but there's dramatic acting English. How could you? I told you to drop me off at subway station exit number 3, and yet you've like, it's not K-drama Korean. It's just their best attempt at acting. There is older Korean, but they'll just think you're weird. Like, excuse me, sir. Would you mind going the right way instead of the left way to go to the airport? I think it'll be a little bit quicker, don't you? It's like, they're gonna think you're weird. They're like, why is this foreigner? Do you speak Korean? Yeah, it's just acting. So yeah, there's no such thing as K-drama Korean other than it's scripted and they're acting. But I mean, it's real Korean. It's just, it's not the way anyone would talk. So yeah, then they'll be confused. I mean, you could like throw in quotes, but they'll just think they're funny. So like, suddenly like throw in a famous movie quote. And people in Korea do that a lot, just like we do in English. We throw in movie quotes. Koreans do the same thing with Korean movie quotes quite a lot. Trying to think of a couple movies. One of the most common ones I hear is quotes from the movie 친구. Okay. Another one is, oh, what's that? I can't remember the title. 살아있네. 살아있네. I hear that a lot. There's like some famous, classic movie Korean quotes that you'll hear people use. Some of them, it's like a big spider web. Oh, there's a spider there. I don't know if you can see it. Let me show you. You can't really see it. There's like a little spider. Yeah, you can kind of see it. Nah. Okay. I almost walked straight into it because I wasn't paying attention. Drive by. Yeah, drive by copyright violation. 범죄자. Yeah. That one. MC. That's exactly the one that I was thinking of. Thank you. 범죄와의 전쟁 is also like, there are a bunch of quotes that people say from that movie. Huh? If you hear people go, huh? Jokingly, they're copying that character's movie. 골프도 치고, huh? Hear a lot of people doing that. Yeah. Okay, I still don't recognize where I am. I'm trying to find the spots that I recognize from the last time I came here. Favorite Korean movie? I don't know. I don't watch enough. I only know like 5. No, I only know a small handful of them. Let's see. My favorite Korean movie. I still have to pick one though. I mean, okay. I kind of liked. Oh, what's the 범죄도시. 범죄도시. I think I saw 2 and 3, and I've seen 2, 3, and 4. I don't think I ever saw 1. They're kind of fun. They're stupid, but they're kind of enjoyable. They have a charm to them. They're like mindless action movies starring 마동석, I think. And yeah, they're kind of fun. I would not pick Parasite. I did not actually like that movie very much, although it was very well made. I enjoyed watching it, but I didn't really like it at the same time. Train to Busan, I saw it. He's also in that movie, right? Ma Dong-seok is like everywhere. He just like pops up. I saw it. It's not my thing. I don't think zombies are scary. Let's see. 누구 쓰자? Yeah. 누구 사자 넘천도 살지. Yeah, you know the movie. Everyone always talks about that. 사우나도 가고, 골프도 치고, 다 했어. 다 했어. Something like that. 범죄도시. Is that the right name of the movie? Please tell me it is. I watched the 4th one, which I think came out last year. I saw the 4th one on the airplane while flying to Korea, because I hadn't seen that. But I saw the 2nd and the 3rd ones in theaters. I don't know if I've seen the 1st one. Maybe I watched it later on. But they're really dumb movies. Like, you're going to get nothing out of them. But while you're watching, you're like, okay. It feels like a movie. They're fun. Kind of stupid fun. Yeah, I have no clue where I'm going, really, just being honest. Everything looks different. I feel like they removed some of the structure, some of the displays, the art installations that they had the last time I was here, which was, again, 3 years ago. So I can't recognize anything because the stuff that I knew is gone. Like, I see some parts of it though, so I really wonder if they removed some of it to make new installations. Because like I see a couple parts of some of them and I'm like, oh, that's where the thing was, but I can't see anything else. Talk like that to the taxi driver. Yeah. Please relax, or at least have a seat. You'll need your energy for the rest of the day. I'm okay right now because I'm staying mostly in the shade. So, but thank you for looking out for me. It's not quite hot yet today, but another hour later, once the sun is fully up, I'll take your advice. Yeah, like this looks familiar to one of the places I went to, but like, I seriously think they took some of it down, or I'm really just lost and I'm in the wrong area. Could be that too. Okay, I can take a few more Korean questions or questions about anything. Let me just scroll up and see if I missed anything. Billy, are you in Seoul? When's the next meetup? Probably in 2026 will be the next meetup next year. I only do one meetup per year because I do the meetups on Saturday. I pick the day where I think most people will be able to attend. And I also only do them in like the end of May or early June because we meet outside. I don't have a meeting spot. If I had an indoor meeting spot, it might be different. But I want to make sure we can all meet outside and not be too hot. So that's the only time that I can do meetups. So I only do it once a year. Any Korea collabs this time? Yes, hopefully. I have a couple that are planned, and I don't really want to spoil it. There's nothing crazy. Just I have a bunch of new fun ideas for videos that I'll be filming this time. Lots of Glass with Billy episodes. Those are personally my favorite to film, so you'll get more of those. I have a bunch of new topics for that. Some kind of fun topics I've wanted to do. There's another spot I recognize again, but it looks different. Okay. I was halfway through your second sentence connector lesson when you started the stream. Good time for a break, but I feel I need to get back to Kinunyo. Sure. Yeah, that's a good form. More collabs with Talk to Me in Korean. No plans, but if they contact me, if they want me to go to their office, I'm more than willing to do that. Isn't Tangma starting soon? Yeah, Tangma, like, it kind of starts whenever. Yeah, this is different. This whole area, 3 years ago, none of that grass was here. The whole thing was cleared out and well maintained. So they just kind of like gave up and let it all grow. Or maybe they do that during the summer and then they cut it down during the fall, because I was here during the fall. But I do remember this area. Just kind of cool, little area here. But yeah, this whole thing didn't exist. This is all cleared out and nice. And right now I can see they just kind of let it grow and gave up on it. It would be a fun, can young Koreans understand old Korean slang? So yeah, I actually did a video like that, kind of. I did a video where I interviewed older Koreans asking about slang words that they knew. You can find it on my channel. The short version is that older Koreans didn't believe that they had slang for the most part. They would just look at the younger Korean slang and say, oh, we didn't do anything like that. We didn't have anything. We just did this. We only said this. So they don't quite recognize. I'm guessing that's just they're not really able to see what things might have been like before to compare it with. So to them, they had no slang. I did find though one or two of the Koreans I interviewed that were older who did talk about some slang words that they had, especially like in the 80s or the 70s. They shared a couple of those words. But the older people I spoke with, much older than that, had no clue. They would just say, oh, we didn't use it, we didn't do that, we didn't have any slang, no, it's all normal Korean. You know, now Korean's full of slang. That time we didn't have slang. That kind of was the answer that I got most often. But yeah, there was a little bit of slang that I did manage to get. So I think if I were to film a video like that as well, can older people recognize young people's slang? I think the answer, I can spoil it for you. The answer is 100% no, they can't. In fact, I think it's the same video where I kind of do that. I also ask them to guess the meaning of slang words. Yeah. I think it's in the same video because I did like, it's a 2-part video. And I asked them to recognize if they can identify some new slang words. And then I asked them after that, do you know any slang words from your childhood or any slang words that you use? And the answer was no. But yeah, the first part of the video is that exact question you just gave. And yeah, the answer is mostly no. But there were a couple people now I remember who did, older people who did recognize modern slang. And those are the ones that had like young kids that they were dealing with daily. One of them was like some guy who worked with younger people for his job. Even though he's like in his late 50s, he worked with lots of young people. But yeah, generally, no, they don't. That's right, Tony, one lady knew all the slang. That was like, I think she was like late 70s, if I remember correctly. And she knew all the slang except for like one or something. No, I think she did get all of them right. And it was her. She's like, yeah, you know, I hear it all from younger people. Just like US generational slang, that stuff is nonsense. Well, I mean, yeah, it doesn't make any sense, but I think that's kind of part of it, is that, hold on, I'm gonna have to focus for a little bit so I don't die here. These kind of bridges are not too uncommon across lakes because they don't require building up a bridge. But as you can see, it's not too hard to step in if you're not paying attention. So you want to make sure you're looking down and paying attention when you're doing this. Oh my goodness, that is a huge spider web. I don't know if you can see, there's just a big spider web going across there. Probably lots of spiders in here too. Oh, and there too. More spider webs. Lots of spider webs. Spider web, spider web. Don't step in the spider web. If you do, you will scream. Okay. Okay, I think we're back. Am I scared of spiders? No, I'm not scared of spiders. I'm scared. I'm not scared of spiders. I'm scared of spider webs. I hate spider webs because there might be a spider in there. Spiders themselves are pretty cool and are actually much more afraid of you. They don't want you to bug them. And they know you're a giant animal and they don't want to bug you. I cut off again. Okay, yeah, there was a little connection problem, but I think we're back. So no, I'm not afraid of spiders. I am afraid of spider webs because I don't want to bug the spiders in there. But spiders themselves are totally cool. User says, couldn't relate. Australian spiders are out for blood. All of this is, I'm talking about Korea and the US. Australia is kind of another world. So yeah, I'm sure if you live in Australia, be very afraid of spiders. You have nightmares of spiders. And then you wake up and they're real. Okay. Where is that place? Someone asked. This is in Korea. Yeah, no, I think spiders mostly are pretty cool. Anytime I find a spider in my house, if it's not too big, I might relocate it to another part of the house, or I'll throw it in the garage, or if I can't, if it's like still kind of, my wife doesn't like it, then I'll throw it outside. But I prefer spiders being in my house and just me not having to deal with them. Like if they're in a corner, I'll leave them alone if I can't see them. But yeah, they're pretty helpful. You want spiders in your house, not too many, but you want some spiders in your house because otherwise you're gonna have lots of little bugs everywhere. Spiders eat all of the little bugs. I'm shocked I can't see a skylight in the background. Well, that's just because the trees are hiding them, but I believe you can kind of see over there, you can kind of see like a little building popping up. But yeah, these trees are pretty high, so they're covering everywhere. Which is why this is one of my favorite parks. Welcome, Nastaria. Hey, Korea with kids. Hey. Chingomdari. Is that actually what they're called? I didn't know they have a specific name for that type of bridge, but they are everywhere. Are those called Chingomdari? That would be awesome if you know that. Yes, they're little helpers. Yeah, you don't want too many, but spiders otherwise though are really good. You want them in your house. Billy, is it useful for learners who want to repeat your beginner course? Sure, you can do it, but if you have to repeat it, it might be you didn't watch it clearly or slowly enough the first time. You may have rushed, in which case, yes, definitely you can feel free to repeat it. Maybe you can repeat it and just go more quickly through it. Take new notes the second time, use your first notes, and then use that to make like a whole new set of notes. I think it's totally fine. But if you feel okay with it after, then I recommend going on to the conversation course after that. Ankle breakers, that's what they're called. Yeah. if you're not paying attention, definitely they could. Okay, now I'm back in front of the place where I said had really good sotak sotak. Okay, I'm gonna go sit down in a little bit. Yeah, Cosma, I was actually just about to say, I'm gonna go sit down, another spider web. I'm gonna go sit down and I'm gonna show you guys something kind of cool. So, let's go where there aren't any other people so I'm not bugging anyone. I think over here is probably fine. Yeah, here's good. I'm just going to set up again. Are you going to prepare the drink? Yes. First of all, let me just grab my other tripod for this. If I can find it. There we go. Okay, switch my tripod. Just turning off my other tripod. Okay. Oh, sorry about the interruptions. Hopefully they're not too bad. Just switching to another tripod. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to be showing you the best drink that you can make in Korea, but you actually don't have to be in Korea to make it. So you need a few things though. First, you need some ice. They actually sell these at any convenience store in Korea. You want to get the large size, which is baji. But if you have the medium size, it works. It's just more annoying. You have to do it like 3 times. Okay, so get the large size ice cup. It's like $1. Yeah, it's like 1,000원 or 1,500원, depending on the store. You need a straw. These are the basic things you need first before we start. Okay, now the ingredients. 2 very important ingredients. You're saying, Jason says, I like it already. Yes. Z says, I remember asking you traditions you did when you go to Korea. Yes, this is the exact drink I'm going to show you. The next thing you need is very easy to find even outside of Korea, and that is milkis. Now, milkis is a milk flavored soda. It's not milk. It's not carbonated milk with sugar. That would be disgusting. It's actually just a milky type of kind of like a fruit soda. So it's not really unpleasant. It's like creamy fruit soda. If that sounds a little bit better. Anyway, it's good. But it looks like milky, so they call it milkis. I actually don't know if any milk goes into this. I've never checked. You know, I actually don't want to know. So, you need milkis. And again, you can order this online. You can get it in a convenience store. They have it everywhere, even outside of Korea. Right now, there's nothing special. I'm going to show you. Okay, let me just get the other thing I need ready. Okay, the other one ready. Okay, so first thing you got to do, the simple stuff. First thing, you just get your ice cup. Open up your ice cup. You know, that there. I'll throw the trash in there. We'll figure it out later. Okay. Just put a little bit in the ice cup. Actually, there's some water in here. Let me get that out first. Okay. Just put a little bit. Ugh, a little spilled all over my pants. Just put a little bit in the cup. Maybe like, I don't know, like 1/4 of it at most. So this is a little bit in the cup. So nothing special. Nothing special. Milkis. I'm actually not a huge fan of milkis. I think it's kind of I think it's a little bit too sweet. You know, it's kind of boring in my opinion. They have other flavors that are a little bit better, but the original one is just kind of, it's cool the first time and now it's kind of boring. Okay, so now here's the secret. This is blue lemonade. Now you might think, oh, this must be like some custom drink. You can only buy this at like some stores. They sell this literally everywhere. In fact, they also sell this outside of Korea. I've seen this at multiple Korean markets in California. This is not hard to get. If you cannot get this, you literally could just make blue lemonade, which I believe is just berry flavored lemonade. You know what? Regular lemonade also works okay. So if you just make regular lemonade and color it blue, or get blue lemonade from the store, you can do the exact same thing. The magic happens though when you combine these, because I said milk is kind of boring. It's like milky fruit soda, but when you combine it with the blue lemonade, you get like a creamy lemonade. It's better than the blue lemonade by itself, and it's better than the Milkis by itself. It is so good. It's my favorite drink whenever I'm in Korea. I use it as kind of like my reward, like if I'm rewarding myself for doing something. Hold on, you need a straw. If you don't drink it with a straw, it's kind of annoying. It like, ice hits your face. It's less than pleasant. So, that's what you get. If you mix it right, I didn't, you still get the cream at the bottom, like the milkish stuff at the bottom, and the top is like that. It's not Gatorade. It's not Gatorade at all. No, it's not Gatorade. So you get, basically, it's like lemonade, which everyone knows. Lemonade, kind of sour and sweet, but mixed with the creaminess and carbonation of Milkis. So you get carbonated, creamy lemonade, which is sour and sweet. And it's not overly sweet either, which is nice. It's not like this nasty, super sugary drink. The ice helps kind of mellow it out too. But it's so good. Highly recommend this next time you're in Korea. But I don't know the name of this drink. Someone gave it a name, because there are actually other combinations of this. I've tried them all. I've tried all of the fruit, the lemonades, all of the juices that they sell at the convenience store. They have a section next to the cash register that has all of the different drinks. They have like coffee, blue lemonade, regular lemonade. They have watermelon, they have mango, they have apple. They have all these different flavors. I've tried all of them with Milkis, and this is the best. Second best though, if you're not a fan of lemonade, say you're a lemonade hater, not as good in my opinion, but also good, is the watermelon. I've tried the watermelon with Milkis, and that's also really good, but this is still better. But in case you're like someone who's not a big fan of lemonade, you can get the watermelon one. How do you even think of drinking a blue drink? I grew up watching Star Wars as a kid, so blue milk kind of seemed natural. Looks like a blue creamsicle. Keith, that is exactly what this is. But it's a blue creamsicle that you can drink. That's a really good description of it. Because yeah, it's creamy, it's blue, it's lemonade, but it's also like carbonated blue creamsicle. Have you tried freezing it though? No, but if you could freeze this, if you could make a Slurpee version of this, an icy, that would be incredible. That would be so good. But yeah, there are no Slurpees in Korea. I have seen icy like a couple times, but it's really rare. It's just not, they have slushy. I've seen slushy at a lot of places, but that's not the same thing. Slushy is really just like ice, right? But that's not what icy or Slurpee is. But you can't really get that kind of thing here. So I don't know. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, there's some stuff in Korea that you're gonna have a really hard time getting. Slurpees and ices are one of them. Another one is shakes. And I'm not talking about, you can find shake in a lot of places in Korea. But if you're talking about like a milkshake, nah. it's going to be harder to get that because dairy, of how expensive dairy is. What you will find is shakes made with soft serve. I've seen that where you can get, like at McDonald's, you can get a McDonald's shake. But if you actually want like an ice cream milkshake, they don't really exist. I've had places that will make them, but basically what they do is they add ice to a scoop of ice cream, and then they add like 1% milk or 2% milk to it. It's not, and then put it in a blender. The main issue, this is a really niche thing, but I care about it because I like shakes. They don't have shake machines, which is why you can't get a shake. They have blenders. So I've seen lots of places offer shakes which they make in a blender, but you can't blend a shake. It has to be made with a shake machine. It has to be mixed, essentially. So that's another thing that's going to be hard to find in Korea, is to get a good shake, I've found. But yeah, some places do have them, but it's more of like the soft serve shake, like what you can get at McDonald's or something. It's not like an actual milkshake. Why is dairy expensive? There's a lot of reasons. In the US, we subsidize a lot of the things that go into dairy production, like corn. So it's cheaper in the first place. So that means that milk is cheaper. That means that meat is cheaper in the US than it is in Korea and many other countries. So it's not that it's expensive in Korea, it's that it's not cheap in Korea. And it is also kind of expensive. Cheese is another thing that can be kind of expensive in Korea. If you want to get like a real block of actual cheese, like high quality cheese, it's going to be really expensive here. Like brie cheese, one of my favorite cheeses is brie. And you can buy brie cheese, but you can only buy it in like small bite-sized circular things, which are kind of expensive to buy. So you can't just buy like this big block of brie cheese from Trader Joe's for $5 here. Would you be equally comfortable speaking in front of 100 people who are actually there? If there are 100 people right here, yeah, sure, that's fine. Would I be comfortable? I mean, I'm already speaking to 100 people, so I don't know. I like kind of just speaking by myself or with one other person, but I could do it. Okay, we have a Korean question from Basan Fathi. How can I become fluent in Korean language? I found it really difficult. I keep trying but don't see any progress. What are you doing? Tell me what you're doing so far. Because the question tells me that there's something wrong with the process. Not you, but with the process you're doing. But I would need to know more about that before I can give you advice. And then Sue Amazing asks, which one is the correct shake or shake? The first one you wrote is the correct one, but everyone writes the other way. Yeah, so that's another thing where you're supposed to use the first one, I believe, shake, not shake. I don't know, just search it on Naver, but most people will use the second one, even though that's, I think, not officially the correct one. Okay, so once you've drank most of it, you can refill it, but like I said, don't go too heavy on the milkus. Don't do more than like, I don't know, a couple inches in the glass. It's mostly supposed to be like lemonade that's just flavored with milkus. It's not supposed to be lemonade flavored milkus. It's supposed to be milkus flavored lemonade. Because they already sell milkus and other flavors. And like I said, I'm not a huge fan of it. They're okay, but they're just not that great. Okay. Okay, let's take some more questions while I'm finishing this up. There are a lot of words in Korean where the official one is never used. And I don't mean like rarely, I mean like never used. Latte, I believe, is the actual word for a latte. Latte. Latte is what everyone says with the double letters. So there are some things like that where they're supposed to be a certain way, but you never hear them unless you're looking at like an official textbook. So I recommend learning both in those situations. So like shake is another one. Learn both. Learn which one's the correct one so you don't miss points on your test. And if someone asks you, hey, but you don't know the correct one, you can give the correct answer. But know that you might not hear the correct one, but still you should learn both of them. Keith is asking, how much sugar is in the milkus? Yeah, this is not diet food, but let's find out. Okay, 130 calories. So it's less than soda. Soda typically is like, it depends, but it could be from 120 to 180, depending on the type of soda I found. So 130 though is kind of average. It's not a health drink. And considering the can is not that big, it is high calorie. And the lemonade, let's look at the lemonade. This whole bag is 190 calories. So this is more like soda, although you get a lot more than the milk is. 190 calories plus 130, was that 320? I can't math. I think it's 320. So think of this, if you have it, it's like having a scoop of ice cream. Like a big scoop of ice cream would probably be around like 200 calories anyway. Or like a single scoop ice cream sundae. Actually, no, that would be more than 300. Yeah, it's not healthy. But what you can do is you can make one and you can share it, because I'm actually drinking my second. You can make 2 of these full from 1 can of Milkus and 1 pouch of blue lemonade. So you can make 2 of them and drink 1 of them, and now you're at 160 calories or 155 calories. It's a little bit more manageable than going up to 300. So it's not terrible, but it's not healthy. Which is why I have it more of like a treat. If I would have soda anyway, then I can get one of these, but I try not to have too much soda either. I mean, I let myself have candies. If I go to a movie theater, I'll get a popcorn. But on a regular day, I try not to have like sweets. They have sugar-free Milkus. If you're okay with sugar-free flavor, I'm not a fan of the artificial sugar for most things, then yeah, that's definitely an option. And like I said, you can make your own lemonade for this. The important thing is that it's lemon. If you want to know, like, why do I think it's so great? It's not this brand. It's not this color. It's because when you just have Milkus, all you taste is sugar and cream and carbonation. It's just sugar. It's like a sugary cream flavor, which is okay. But what makes this really good is that lemon makes it sour. So it's now more complex. Now it's like a refreshing, like a sour and sugary flavor versus just a sugar flavor. You can make this yourself. Just make your own lemonade, add less sugar, and add that to the Milkus, and boom, you have the exact same thing as this, but now it's going to be lower calorie. So I think, yeah, go ahead and let me know if you tried that. I'm sure it would taste just as good, if not better, if you made your own lemonade. Okay, Rebecca said, how do the nutrition labels differ from the US? Very good question. They are much easier to read in Korea. So in the US, it's really common. I'll find that they'll say, oops, hold on, I gotta pick that up. I just fell over. I don't want to litter. It's gonna blow away if I let it keep flying away. Okay, so this was started to blow away. So in the US, I think for a lot of things, you'll find that they list serving sizes that are ridiculous. Where they'll say like, serving size, like half a teaspoon, and then, it's like 500 calories, something like that. In Korea, it's common to see the full calorie amount. You're not going to be able to see it too well. 총 내용량. So I don't know how well you can see it. 총 내용량. And it lists how much is in it, exactly, 340 milliliters. And then right next to there, how many calories. This 총, anytime you see 총 at the beginning of a word, it could be the hanja, which means complete. Like everything, total. So it's just going to tell you right at the top. You don't have to like calculate how many calories are in this entire thing if I eat it. And the same thing goes for the Milkus. Let me show you that. Let me just put this away so I don't drop that. Milkus is the same. This one's really small, so you're not going to be able to see it. But there's also, it says 총 내용량. Same exact thing. 250 milliliters, 130 calories. Hopefully it's not reversed for you. Hopefully you can read it. I don't know if it's reversed. I'm sorry if it's showing up reversed. Oh, it's mirrored? Okay, well, I'm sorry. But trust me, it says that. And then right below that lists the how many carbohydrates in there, how many sugars, how many grams of sugar and everything like that. But yeah, I think it's really easy to read. So I like looking at the bag, immediately look how much the entire bag is, and I can, okay, I'm just gonna eat the whole thing. Strathem says, I woke up early because I'm cycling 240 kilometers. You're not going to do 240 kilometers today. Are you going to do 240 kilometers today? That's ridiculous. Chong mirrored, it's still Chong. That's true, Kazuma. Well, there you go. You can still read that. Where did you get your kimchi energy drink? So I got that. Yeah, I got that by ordering it because I can't remember exactly. Did someone tell me that it existed? Yeah, I think someone told me about it, and I thought this is ridiculous, so we ordered one. We ordered a pack of it. You're not missing out on too much, though, to be honest. It was just like, I have to buy this. This is so stupid. I have to buy it. And it was everything I hoped for. I think that would actually be really good to try. Make your own lemonade. Make a low sugar lemonade and add it to the 0 sugar Milkis. Because then you're still gonna have sugar in it, you know, a little bit from your lemonade. But then it's gonna be healthier, and as a benefit, you can make it even more sour, which I think would be really good too. But yeah, I just think Milkis by itself is kind of, it's really just like carbonated sugar flavored like milk. It's like a milk flavored sugar soda. It's okay, but it's not my thing. But this is great. Can I ask why you're in Korea? I have friends here. I film videos here. I don't have anyone I can collab with in the US, except for a couple people I know, but they don't live too close to where I'm living in the US. They're not too close to LA. All the people I know who I can make videos with live here in Korea. And except for 2 friends I have in the US, everyone else I know lives in Korea. So yeah, that's why I'm here. Carbonated milk sounds it's not good. It's not that great. Where are you now? I am in Korea. Do you know native Koreans or did they move there? All the Koreans I know are Korean from Korea. I don't have any friends here who moved from another country into Korea. I do have one friend who's from the US, who's not Korean, but other than that, all the friends I have are Koreans born in Korea. Most were born in Seoul, but some are born from either Daegu or Daejeon or Busan or other places. Which part? The good part. Let's see. Evolving Brain asks, do you make more or less than 40,000 a year on AdSense? Oh, that's a good question. Let me think. It depends on the month. Right now, if I check my AdSense, I'll let you know. Total secret, YouTubers will never tell you this stuff, but I'll tell you. Right now, the last month, I made $1,200 on AdSense on YouTube. But on a good month, like say I upload a bunch of, like a fly or something. Let's say I upload a bunch of a K-pop artist analysis videos, right? And I get, a bunch of views. Let's say 1,600 a month for those months that I upload those. So let's just say an average, because I don't do those too much, let's just make an average of 1,300 a month. So 1,300 times 12, that's how much I made last year on AdSense. Is it 40,000? No. Fortunately, it's not 40,000. But it's not terrible. I mean, I'm glad I have a Patreon. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to pay my rent because you can't really live on $1,300 a month. Okay, let's take another question. What do you like about Korea? I like the people first. I like the food. I like the transportation. I like the healthcare here. Those are the big things. Yeah. A lot of other little things, but if I have to pick, those are my favorite things. I think everyone who visits Korea is going to feel like the same thing. They like transportation, food, people, And if you have health insurance here, it's amazing. I don't know why we can't do that back in the US. It makes no sense. I know this question is probably annoying, but could you tell me if it's easy to switch between languages and if it was hard to learn or not? Is it easy to switch? Yeah, but it takes a few seconds for me. I can't switch from Korean to English in the same sentence. It's really hard for me to do. Because my brain is thinking about the end of the English sentence, and then if I switch to Korean, my brain wants to get rid of what I'm gonna say after that. So it's hard for me to switch. What I can do is I can say, well, here, let me give you an example. 철수는 공원에 놀러 갔어요. I can do that because I like stop and switch. But it's hard for me to be like, so let me give you a part of a sentence that starts with 철수는 공원에, and then we, if I try to switch in the middle of the sentence, it's really hard. So I need a second. See, have you been to Jeju? Yes, I've been to Jeju before. It's very nice. The main ingredient in milk is purified water, high fructose corn syrup, sugar, carbon dioxide, mixed milk powder. Okay, because it does have a milk taste, but I didn't know if that actually came from milk, and I guess it does, milk powder. Citric acid, artificial flavors, okay. Hey, evolving brain! Oh, evolving brain, there's only one of the S letters, the shiwo. Sundae for you, and thank you. I love sundae, evolving brain. That would buy so much sundae because an order of sundae is like 4,000won, like $3. If you want a big plate, it's gonna be like $8 for like a giant plate that you share with like 4 people. Thank you so much, evolving brain. I don't even know what it means. You don't even know what means. Would you ever live in Korea again? Yeah, I could. What language do you think in? It's whatever language I'm speaking, I'm thinking in. If I'm speaking in English, I'm thinking in English. And if I'm speaking in Korean, I'm not thinking in English. I'm thinking in Korean while I'm speaking Korean. Alex says, my trouble is how to start thinking in Korean. You will not think in Korean until you're speaking Korean. But when you speak in Korean, you automatically have to think in Korean eventually. When you're actually making full sentences and not just practicing words and practicing expressions, but when you're making a sentence, your brain is going to be pulling words from Korean from your brain. And when you start having conversations, you're going to be faster at pulling those words and you're not going to be able to think in English. So it would be a problem for you to think in English by the time you're having simple conversations in Korean because your brain won't do it. It's too much work. I can't do it either. So yeah, it's not like how do you think in Korean? It's more like how do you not think in Korean when you're speaking Korean, because I can't do it. I have to think in Korean, otherwise I can't make sentences. So it'll be the same for you. But I guess I should say, don't worry about thinking in Korean. Focus on your the output, the practice you're doing. Are you going to film with the girl you did the humor video with? Which humor video? Oh, the Korean humor. You mean Soyoung? Do you mean Soyoung? Are you talking about Soyoung, the one about Korean humor? I'm going to be meeting her maybe next week. If you're talking about the one that we did the different Korean humor video with, unless you're talking about different, not Sarah, I'm not sure who that is. Yeah, Soyoung. She's like my oldest, not as an age, but like since I've known her, Korean friend. My name is pronounced a bit differently. I practice Korean by using words in sentences with all tenses. I also practice every day to pronounce the language and solve exercises. Okay, Billy, how Koreans call that metal tray they have in school where they put food? Well, the food itself, they would call that kupsik, but the trays, tengbun? Probably just tengbun. Tengbun is for every sort of like tray like that, but I'm not sure if they have a different word for it at school because I didn't go to the Korean school, but tengbun would just be a regular tray, so they probably call it that. I'm not sure. They might have a different word for it. But I know what you're talking about, the metal ones that... Yeah, the chicken video, that's right, Soyoung. Hey, Evolving Brain! Thank you again, Evolving Brain. Now I've got a total of $35 in donations. I can have a really nice lunch for today, not just Milkis. Was there any English-speaking country that used anything like hand phone to refer to cell phones? Why is a cell phone called a hand phone in Korean? It's not Japanese, because they've never used it. They've never called it a hand phone. Evolving Brain, I will get back to you. Come into the Discord channel and ping me. Ping me up. Ping me in Discord, and I will find that out for you. Because that's a good question. Why do they say hand phone? Is it from... Well, I will say this. North Korea doesn't use hand phone. They say 손 전화. So they literally say hand phone in North Korea. At least that's what I've heard. Japanese doesn't. They use keitai. They've used that forever. And they didn't say like handopon or anything like that as far as I know. British English doesn't refer to it as a hand phone either. And US never did. We always called it a cell phone or a mobile phone or a car phone. You know, we've had other terms like that, but not a hand phone. So I'll find it out. I speak 5 languages. I'm learning Korean. Nice. Number 1 tip to improve Korean listening skills. Okay, I'm only going to give you 1 tip, and you're not going to like it. You need to listen to more Korean, and you need to listen to Korean that's just a little bit above your level. So nothing that's super easy and nothing that's like way above your level. So don't turn on the news. It'll help you eventually, but it's not as good. It's not going to be as useful as like a vlogger that's just talking normally, or someone reading a story slowly or something like that. So find YouTube channels, just do more listening practice that's slightly above your level. What are some tips you have to practice conjugation? I made a cheat sheet for that I think would help. Check out if you search Google, Go Billy Korean, and then whatever you want, you'll find my video about it. But I made several cheat sheets. I've made 12. One of them is for all of the conjugation rules for the you form, for example. And it's just having it ready, like having your notes ready to conjugate it when you need it. You'll get better at it when you see it a lot, and you'll be able to conjugate verbs without thinking of those rules. New verbs that you've never seen before, you'll have no problem. But I will give you a little bit more than this, besides just saying practice. The way Korean verbs work is actually all the same at the core. If the verb ends with a bright vowel, which is specifically an ah sound or an oo sound, and that's it, just those 2 sounds, ah or oo, then you're going to extend that sound when you add yo. So you're going to be ayu. If it ends in ah, you're going to add an ayu at the end. If it ends in oo, you're going to add an ayu at the end. So it's basically ayu attached if it's a bright vowel. Okay, that might seem pretty obvious, right? If it's not, everything is oyu. And the exceptions, the rules, are just to make it flow better. There's another couple exceptions that are like for the piup letter, like why does it not do that? That's a different issue. But as far as conjugation, it's either if it's an ah or an oo sound, which is a bright sound considered, then you attach ayu. And if it's not, everything else is oyu. So that might help you at least kind of get to there. Like, for example, say you don't know the rule about, like, I don't know, you don't know about what to do with digat, verb stems that end with digat, the D letter. So you have like the verb like patta. Well, it has an pa-ah, so padayo. Okay, padayo. But what if you see another one that's like otta? It also ends in a D. You don't know what to do. Od. Oh, it's not R-O, so it must be oyo. Odoyo. Yeah, you're good. What if you don't know the exception for some verbs changing into a lir, like kotta, for to walk becomes koroyo? That's fine. You can say kod. It ends in o, so it's not ayu, so kodoyo. And you'll feel like it'll kind of feel weird to say, but at least you're going to be mostly understood. That's like at least you're going to have half of it done. So I don't know. I would say keep that in mind. Okay, an Evolving Brain asked a question. Are you fluent in any other languages? Fluent? No. I only say I'd be fluent in English and Korean. I can speak Japanese. I I can introduce myself in French. I can understand basic French pretty okay. I can understand quite a lot of like basic French. But no, I'm not fluent in any other languages right now. Okay, let me go, missed some comments. Singapore and, okay, they use hand phone, comes from Chinese. Yeah, I mean, it comes from, Chinese also does that too, but I'm not sure if that's the reason why Korean uses it. Because the cell phone Korea uses, unless they had like their first cell phone came in through a Chinese company, that's a possibility. Did you read that, Mutant, did you read that on Namu Wiki? Because that's what I was going to check first. Swamur. Swamur pon. I've never heard that used for cell phone, but... Why do Korean people always seem so sweet and way nicer than Americans? It's just culture difference, but it's not. It's just the way, you're talking about the way that someone treats a stranger in public, which is different, not just in Korea and the US, but in California and Texas and New York is different. How come New York people are so mean? They're not. It's just the way that they treat people when the way that you talk to someone when you first encounter them in public as a stranger, the mannerisms are different. Does that mean that they're mean people? No. But does that mean Korean people are really nice because they talk like that in public? No. But it's just a different way that they treat you the very first time that they interact with you, which is different. Why? There are many reasons. One of them, I think, is because they really want to give off a good first impression. They want you to like them from the very first time that you talk with them. Maybe New York people don't really care about that, right? California people, we really want to impress you. We want you to have a good time. So, that's why we'll really smile and laugh and, ask all these annoying questions to some people. It's just the things that we want out of that first relationship, that first interaction. And Koreans want a different thing. But I wouldn't say that they are any different than people anywhere else in the world. Brits say mobile phone. Okay. Or shoe phone. No, that's shoe phone. Shoe phone, I'm pretty sure that's from Get Smart. Okay, you asked me about my way. Practice Korean by using words and sentences with all tenses. Practice every day. What are you using for learning, though, is what I'll need to know. And how long have you been learning? Warren asked, do you live permanently in Korea? No, but I'm here about 4 months every year. In Japan, they do not say 핸드폰. Yes, they do not. They don't call it 휴대폰, although they do use the similar meaning. They use keitai. Keitai denwa, I think is what they call it, which is just basically a similar meaning carried around. Is Korean newspaper intermediate level? No, it is high advanced level. But there are some Korean newspapers that are easier online. There is a newspaper called Donga News, which has a kids version, which is pretty simple, and that I would say is intermediate level. But the regular newspaper that you see at the store, if you pick that up, that's very high advanced level. Let's see. Do you use Yule form when you talk to yourself? No. If you're talking to yourself, you would not use Yule form because Yule shows an amount of respect. You would use plain form, or there are other forms you can use. And I actually talk about that in my politeness levels course, exactly like what forms you can use when talking to yourself. But the short answer to your question is no, you wouldn't use any sort of politeness for when you're talking to yourself. Maybe from Germany, das Handy-pon, das Handy, is that what they say? Maybe. Can you please tell me how to write my name in Korean? I cannot translate your name for you. That's a pretty big request. Similar to Arbiat. Well, the thing with Rebecca with Arbiat is those words came into Korean through Japanese. So in order for that to be the reason, Japanese would also have had to use a word like handopon in order for it to become 핸드폰 in Korean through Germany. Because Korean and German didn't directly have a close relationship, but Japan did. So any of those words that are in Korean that have a similar origin as German or Portuguese or anything like that, those are through Japan. Even the word 전화, denwa, is a Japanese word, and which then got imported into China after, which is kind of funny. It's a word, it's not a Chinese word, it's a Japanese word that got really popular, and then that's what they brought over into Korean as 전화, the same hanja. And then Chinese also picked it up again, but it's from Japan. Are you originally from California? Yes, I am originally from Los Angeles. Born and raised, lived most of my life in LA. Jilly T asks a good question. Actually, a really good question. Is there no way I can make the chat just like always stay on? How come it's like... Anyway, Jilly asks a question. Why don't Korean teachers teach the way Koreans actually talk? Why use textbooks and then the words that regular Koreans wouldn't use? That's a great question. You know what? Now, I do the same thing too, depending on what I'm teaching. If I'm teaching a lesson, I'm going to be using the correct grammar, even though Koreans themselves might not want to use that grammar. Why is that? I can give you two answers for that question. One answer is kind of a fun answer, and that is when you're learning music, why don't you just start playing like Wonderwall? Like, why don't you just immediately start playing like Flight of the Bumblebee when you learn a piano? Because that's the cool stuff, right? That's what people are actually playing. Lists. No, why do I have to do scales? No one actually does scales. Does anyone go to like a concert, like the Philharmonic Orchestra, and the guy sits down and starts playing scales? No, you know. Why don't I just learn like the Harry Potter theme song the first time I pick up like a violin? Because you can't actually speak Korean until you learn the rules first, which kind of ties into the second answer I would give, and that is, even though you need to learn the rules so that you can know how to break them. If you just learn the way that Koreans speak, there would be like 100 variations of every single expression that you're learning in Korean. I'll give you an example. Let's say you're learning how to say hello. So how do Koreans actually say hello? 안녕하세요. Cool. But you meet your friend, and your friend just says 안녕. So now you got to learn two expressions, right? 안녕하세요 and 안녕. But now you went to a business meeting, and that guy didn't say that. That guy said 안녕하십니까. You're like, what? How come you said 안녕하십니까, but this guy said 안녕하세요 and this guy said 안녕? What's the difference? You have to learn, oh, well, that's the difference. Use this in this situation, this in this situation, this in this situation. Okay, good. Now we're good, right? Your friend walks up and goes, 뇽. You're like, wait, that must be more casual. Okay, now I got it. You've learned like 4 different words and different rules for these words when you could have just learned the one word to begin with, which comes from 안녕하다, although you wouldn't use that. Wouldn't you just want to learn the basic word and how those words are used, instead of having to learn every single version of every expression and every word in every situation, and like when to use this and when you don't use this? You have to learn the basics so then you can know later on where you can break the rules. Same with like markers. Even though people don't use topic marker, subject marker, object marker all the time in Korean, when they do, you better be able to understand them, because otherwise you're not going to know what someone's saying, and you might have to add them in to clarify. Sometimes you might say something that sounds vague until you add a marker, but let's say you never learn those markers, you only learn them in expressions. You're not going to know when someone uses the same expression but without that marker, or they add one in. You're going to say, wait, is that the same thing? I thought it was only with the object marker, but this person's using it with the topic marker? What does that mean? I guess I'll have to write this down in my book too. And you have like 1 million entries for something that you only really needed to write down 100 words for. So you have to learn the boring rules so that you can break them to have more fun. And if you're wondering why don't teachers teach the way Koreans actually speak, they do. But the better teachers are careful about it. And we try not to just say, like, here's how to say this, because that's kind of dangerous. Like someone says, hey, how can I say long time no see in Korean? Oh, 오랜만이네요. That's kind of dangerous because yes, that expression does mean long time no see, but you cannot use that sentence in every situation, and it's going to sound awkward in a lot of them because Koreans don't say long time no see unless it's actually long time no see, and you're not going to say that unless you're like friends with someone. It's more common just to say, oh, how have you been? Or, hey, you're not going to be saying long time no see when you just saw them like a month ago, unless you're joking. So you kind of have to learn a lot about like the whole process, all of the boring grammar stuff in order to use the fun stuff. Okay. Now, while I've answered that question, I'm sure another 100 people have sent me a message. So let me check. Okay, Eminem Twix says, missed the first hour. Where are you streaming from? It is a park. I'll be walking around again. I was just finishing up this drink. What's your thoughts on Talk to Me in Korean? Yes, we've done lots of videos together. Mutant, check out my channel and their channel. We did a book together. We did a course together. Okay, I am poor in listening. Have learned for over a year. Still trouble doing listening. Some of these questions I can answer much better if I have more information, but it's hard for me to just generalize and say, oh, you need to do more listening because I don't know anything about your situation. If you have a question for specific advice for your situation, the more information you can give me about like how long you've been studying, what are you studying, how often do you study, what's your goal, things like that you can tell me help me as a teacher to give you better advice for what to do. But if someone just says, oh, how do I get better listening, I can give you the basic tips, but I'd rather give you some actual helpful advice, but I'll need to know a little bit more for that. Clay S. Park, Billy Adze, hey. Korean and Japanese have been greatly influenced by Chinese. Yes, that's true. I want to watch this video later. Will it be uploaded? Yes, all of these live streams are still available on my channel. Okay, let me just scroll down. I've been reading a lot of Korean comments like YouTube. They write so much more condensed. That's because you can get away with being more vague, I guess I'll say, in Korean than you can in English. So you get really condensed comments. I'll be doing a video actually about that while I'm here. But yes, you are correct. Comments tend to be shorter. Lady Napbug. Oh yeah, I don't have to hear about any of that. I don't know what's going on, but I'm glad I'm in Korea right now. I do see some of the stuff on the news, but I have been so busy this past week, I hadn't really kept up with it. Just hopefully we'll get something good will come out of it. I think English has been influenced by Latin. That is correct. Yes, English is not itself a Latin language, but is greatly influenced by Latin. Just like Korean is not Chinese, but has been greatly influenced by Chinese. Do people try to speak English to you when you're in Korea? Oh yes, a lot of them. Especially the more stubborn ones, where they can't believe I'm speaking to them in Korean and they'll keep trying to use English. Sometimes that happens too. But most of the time, no. Most of the time I speak to someone in Korean and they don't care. They just do Korean. How do Koreans verbally spell? You spell with the names of the letters. Vowels are easy. The names of vowels are just the sound the vowel makes when it has an empty consonant before it. So like the vowel ah, actually I have to write it this way for you, I think. Yeah. The vowel ah is just ah. You add the empty consonant before and you pronounce it for all the vowels and all the diphthongs. The letters though, the consonants and vowels have names. Sorry, not vowels. The consonants, double consonants, strong consonants, those have names. And those are also in the cheat sheet that I made for the Korean alphabet. So search Go Billy Korean cheat sheets and you'll find all of the names of the letters in a cheat sheet that I made. And Koreans constantly spell. Most common thing that I see people spell is ai and oi. And those are the two vowels for the sound a. Because if you're saying the vowel a, the problem with the diphthong is that they sound the same, a and a. So people will spell it as o-e, which is the vowel o plus the vowel e, and then a-e for the one that's like, you know, that has the dash on the inside. So that's really common that people will spell that. The most common thing I hear people when they're spelling, they're like, oh, oi, oi, or I, like that. Are your cheat sheets good for any stage? Yes, although if you are past the beginner level, some of them won't be useful to you anymore. Like, do you really need the alphabet when you are learning conversation? Probably not. There's probably nothing in there if you're already intermediate. But the conjugation one, yes, I think you'll still get something out of the conjugation ones, as well as the one for colors, and well as the one for changing verbs into adjectives. I have 2 cheat sheets for that. Those are still good for intermediate level. Do you have any great learning channels for kids? Rebecca asks. I want to teach my kids some basics. Learning channels for kids typically are not going to, there aren't channels that are made to teach languages to kids that are very effective, because kids don't learn the same way as adults. So for a kid, you're gonna want just them to have something that they enjoy watching anyway. Like, for example, a kid's TV show like Pokemon, cartoons, YouTube kids videos, stuff like that. If you're in Korea, they have a service called Yanadu Kids, I believe. And for that one, you can, it has all kids content, so you can just pick them anything from there and let them listen to it. But they're not really gonna learn well if there's some teacher trying to teach them Korean. That doesn't really work. I've had some people approach me as well and ask, hey, can you teach, you know, Korean to my whole family? Can you teach it to my kids and such? I always tell them, no, I mean, I can try. You could, if you have, you know, a bunch of money burning a hole in your pocket, I'll be happy to do it, but it's not going to be as effective because kids don't really learn as well in a classroom environment for languages as adults can. They don't have those skills to do that yet. Okay, that one's done. Let's see, I still have a little bit of milkus left. Try to find a spot on the ground that's not tilting so my phone doesn't collapse over. I often find myself confusing all and all, especially when I try to write. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of little tricks like that within the language, but when you say ah, notice the shape of your lips when you say ah, which is not the sound you're asking, but just the regular sound ah. And now if you make an O sound with your mouth in that shape, it's going to come out as that one sound you're trying to make. So first I'm gonna show you ah. Now I'm gonna say an O sound, but I'm not gonna move my lips. Ah. There you go. Ah, oh. So your lips are like mostly in the same type of shape. Whereas the other sound, the one you're asking about, ooh, make an oo sound, ooh, 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 which is the opposite. And now say an O sound, but with your lips in that circular kind of shape, and you get oh. So ooh, ooh are both similar, and ah, oh are both kind of similar. So if your lips are really big, you're making the all sound, the side one. And if your lips are small, you're making the ooh. It's not exactly the same, but it's close. And that's kind of what the alphabet was made with that kind of in mind, with how they look and how they sound. It's kind of meant to match a little bit with your mouth shapes. Although it's not quite perfect, because the original way it was written, the alphabet was made, is not the same way as Koreans use today, and the language changed a lot. Nabiya, Nabiya, yeah. What's your favorite Korean junk food? Tteokbokki. Can I call it junk food? I think I can call it junk food. It's junk food. Tteokbokki maybe is my favorite junk food. Or sotok is also pretty good, which is like so is sij, soshiji, and dok is duck. So sotok is the skewer that has a sausage and then a piece of rice cake and then a sausage and then a rice cake on it, and then they put some spicy kind of like yangnyeom sauce, like seasoning sauce on it, and you eat it like that, or sometimes with mustard as well, kind of like honey mustard. That's really good. The problem though is if they make it and leave it out for too long, then the problem is the duck gets too mushy, and then it's not, or it's like too hard, like if they keep reheating it, and it's not good. So sotak is good if it's made correctly, but if they make it and leave it out all day and then they give you like the leftover one, it's not too great. But that's also a close second. Yeah, milkus just isn't the same. It needs lemonade to balance it out. Something sour. I'm trying to think if there's any other junk food in Korea that I really, really like. Yeah, ingopang or bungeopang. They're kind of similar, different ingredients, but the fish that has filling, in Japan they're called taiyaki. Those are also really good. But the nice thing about the Korean ones, they're super cheap. They're super cheap, and you get like a bag of them. And yeah, those are really good. And whenever it's cold, I like those. Also, hotteok. Hotteok is also really good. It's like a pancake, a sweet pancake filled with like brown sugar, and sometimes they'll put seeds in it. If you get like 씨앗 hotteok as well, the seed hotteok is also really good. It's hard to like switch Korean and English mid-sentence, but you know what I'm talking about. Hotteok is also really good. But there's a lot of, I think it'd be easier to talk about the overrated street food than just the food that I like, because there's a bunch that I like, but then there's some that's just like way overrated, that you see it in Instagram videos and it looks amazing, but then you try it and it's like, what? Like, who cares? Why do people care about this? One of them, I hope I don't get canceled for saying this, keranpang. Keranpang is way overrated, but you see it on a lot of videos where people will show vendors making the keranpang, which is like the egg bread. They put like egg in it, and you know, they pour it in, looks really, really fresh, and they have like the special cast iron mold that they make it in. Smells incredible. Doesn't taste that great. Tastes really boring. It's like just eating plain bread with an egg in it, and it's not even as good as a fried egg. Some people though really like it. MC loves it, I guess. I think it's mid. It's pretty mid. Like, it's not bad, but it's like, it should be great for how good it looks. My YouTube's gone tomorrow. I'm gonna get a message from YouTube support. They're gonna be like, it's just gonna say mid. Really? Your request has been denied. Which ones are overrated? There's a lot of overrated stuff. The same goes for churros. Churros have been a hit or miss in Korea. I feel like if you want a churro, you go to another place to get churros. Korean churros have been kind of like meh for me. A lot of the street food they sell in Myeongdong is also kind of, it's very touristy. Like, Koreans, it's not a Korean food. It's just something that they decided they'll make that they think foreigners will like and think that it's Korean street food, but it's not. There's a lot of stuff like that. In fact, I think the last time I went there though was 4 years ago, so it's all different stuff now. But I remember 4 years ago when I saw it, it was all of it except for one cart at the front was not Korean street food. It was like some Chinese street food mixed in with some new stuff that doesn't exist in Korea, like just something that the vendor made. Like, one of them was a lobster tail. It was like a roasted lobster tail with a torch, and it looks cool. The guy's like torching it and everything and putting cheese on it. It looks really cool. The only thing is, you can't cook lobster with a torch in 5 seconds. You kind of gotta bake it, kind of gotta cook it properly. So it ended up tasting just kind of like a soggy shrimp with a little bit of cheese on it, and it's like $10. So that kind of thing exists. Some of the like they have fried crabs, but these aren't the types of crabs you would get in Korea, like as a side dish. They were just like deep fried whole, but they weren't crisp. They weren't like really good. They were just rock hard, deep fried. It's a bunch of stuff like that. I don't know. I'd have to take you and show you there. There was a churro that was flavored like Oreos, which was horrible. Like they wanted to be unique, and you dip it in like some cake frosting. It was basically like cake frosting, like a tablespoon of $1. You know, they sell at the bottom of the aisle. It was like cake frosting that you're supposed to dip in. It was not good. What about octopus fried balls with sauce and bonito? You're talking about takoyaki. Yeah, Koreans would also just call that takoyaki as well. It's okay. The Korean style takoyaki is a little bit different than the Japanese style takoyaki. It's a little bit simpler, but it's okay. I've had it. Again, that's not really like a Korean street food. I would say that's a Japanese street food, and it's not different enough that I would say it's a Korean version of it. It's just kind of, they just make it really quick. Where do you go to get authentic Korean street food? Well, you don't go to Gwangjang-sijang, and you don't go to Myeongdong, and you don't go to Insadong. You don't go to any of those places that you read on Korean blog websites that say, go here to get the authentic Korean street food experience. None of those are where you get the authentic Korean street food experience. Right now, I'm not sure which markets are the best for that, because it changes. But I remember as of a couple years ago, I heard many people talk about Mangwon-sijang in Seoul. I haven't been there, at least not recently, so I can't tell you if that's still authentic or not. But if you go somewhere and you see mostly tourists, it's not going to be the authentic market. It's going to be already, it's kind of too late when you see it filled with tourists. So maybe we don't want to tell you the actual market. Not that I don't know. I mean, I also don't know. But if you find some place that's like full of tourists, it's probably not where you're going to get the authentic food, because they're going to make food that tourists want to eat, and tourists don't want to try. I mean, sad to say, a lot of tourists don't want to try authentic Korean street food because they're scared. It looks different. I don't know what that is. But they see a churro, an Oreo churro, and they're like, oh, I know what that is. They don't want to try tteokbokki, but they see lobster tail. Oh, I know lobster tail. Like, that's the kind of thing. So if it has lots of tourists, it's higher chance that they're going to have food that's not real Korean street food. One place that I kind of like, I still am a fan of, it's a tourist place, but Namdaemun Sijang is the tourist place, but it's not, it's like half of it is touristy and the other half is not. There's a main street that goes up and down. If you ever visit there, there's just one main street. That's touristy. But if you just go down any of the side streets all along that street, they're not touristy. And that's where you see Koreans getting lunch. Like, they have lots of restaurants there. So I kind of like that place. They have some decent street food. Myeongdong marshmallow ice cream. It's 8,000? Are you kidding me? No. I went there 2 years ago with my kid. I swear it was like 3,500. 8,000's not worth it. No, it's not worth it. If it's cheap, I think it's worth it, because it was pretty good. It's basically just a toasted marshmallow over a scoop of like your $10 a bucket ice cream, that cheap vanilla ice cream at the supermarket. It's basically that in the center with a marshmallow. But it tasted good. But 8,000, it's not worth it. I went to a market in Jeonju. Well, if you go to Jeonju, there you go. There aren't going to be many foreign tourists going to Jeonju to begin with. I don't think I could eat the fried silkworm. Well, good for you, Lady Natbug, but it's lucky that they don't even sell that anymore. It's hard to find. It's hard. Yeah, it is legitimately hard to find people selling bundegi nowadays. You might find like one vendor if you go to a big market, especially like Gwangjang-sijang. I still saw they had it, but most people don't make it anymore. It smells horrible. If you you'll smell it long before you find it. Like, if you're looking for it, I'm trying to find some bundegi. Just do this, you'll find it. It smells horrible, but tastes good. Most people, when they have that though, they'll just buy it in a can from the store. So you can just buy it from any convenience store. Even in the US, they sell it in the convenience store. It's okay, but the fresh one has a better texture, I think. I went to a hot dog place in Namdaemun. If you go to Namdaemun Sijang, my favorite place there is the cart at the very end of the place, close to the street. There's like a main street that has like bus stops and stuff. There are like camera stores along that street. And it leads to the, is it Dongninmun? Or is it just, it leads to Namdaemun? Anyway, there's a main street. Right on the main street, there is a vendor most days that sells hotdog. That is my favorite hotdog in Korea. You'll know because there's a long line for it. There actually is another vendor right next to there, immediately right next to there in front. That's not along the street. That is not the place to get it. That place is not as good. It's like, it looks the same, but it's nothing like it. You want the one that's it's actually along the street. It's facing the street. So not the one that's facing into the market along the market street, but actually facing into the main road. And there will be a line of people that goes like 20 minutes. And it's not open every day. They close some days. But that's the one you want. And that's the best hotdog I've ever had, which is basically, it's like a fried pancake. It's like a chewy pancake filled with, they have a couple kinds. They have regular that's like honey and brown sugar, or they have another kind which has japchae, the Korean kind of noodle dish. It's both really good. I've had both. Yeah, camera stores. Yep, that's the place. If you saw it with a really long line, that's exactly where it is. Got my trash bag. Okay, someone said, any place in Korea you would like to go that you have never been to yet? Yeah, I'd really like to go to Gangneung. I've never been to Gangneung, which is the northeast kind of beach city. I've also never been to Jeonju. I would like to go to Jeonju as well. Yeah, those two places I'll pick. I've been to most other places that I want to go to. Not everywhere, but most. Okay, and then we got another question. What's the difference between advanced speaker and a fluent? I mean, you're gonna be fluent long before you become advanced. I know plenty of people who are fluent who are not advanced. Because fluency has no actual definition. So I'm just like organizing stuff in my bag, making sure there's no trash left here. Fluency doesn't have a definition. Fluency is fluent, right? You can use the language fluently. People talk to you and it feels fluent. You know, they're comfortable speaking to you in Korean. You can speak fluidly with them. You can have conversations. That's fluent. You'll reach fluency in the intermediate level. I know lots of people, I'm not going to name names, but I know lots of people who speak fluent but are not advanced. Because advanced is going to be all that complicated stuff you don't want to learn. Like, you got to learn the rules of this. You got to learn these rare grammar forms because you might hear them. You got to learn all these Hanja idioms. Like, that's part of the advanced level. But you don't need those to speak Korean fluently. Come to Daegu Seolmun시장. I've been there. I've been to Daegu several times. In fact, last year I also went twice. I was actually, today I was going to go to Daegu. But the friend I was going to meet got sick. So unfortunately I can't go. That's why I decided to do a live stream today, because I was going to do a live stream this weekend, but because my friend got sick and we can't meet today, that's why I'm doing the live stream today. Right now I would be in Daegu. And next Friday, I think as well, I'm going to be going to Daegu again. And then I'll go to Daegu again sometime later this month. I really liked it there. In fact, that was the most impressed I've been with a place in Korea in a long time, was last year when I went to Daegu. I thought, wow, this is really cool. I like this place. I really like the vibes there. Do you think sushi made in the US tastes the same as ones made in Korea? No. Korean sushi is a variety of sushi. Like, every country has their own, right? Like, you might think of California sushi as, you know, avocado and imitation crab. And then we do have that California roll. Korean sushi is common to have different flavors. I found spicy flavors are really common in Korea. More types of meat. So you'll see more sushi that has like a slice of beef instead of fish. And then garlic is another one. I'll see more dishes, more sushi rolls and pieces that have raw garlic on top of it. Sometimes cooked garlic. There's like a beetle. Anyway, garlic and jalapenos, and sometimes just slices of jalapenos on top of sushi is really common in Korean style. And you can get that in the US too, because these days a lot of the sushi restaurants in California are operated by Koreans. So you'll get those types of flavors. But I feel like more sauces, stronger flavors, spicier is a common theme with Korean sushi. Hey, Ashley. Thank you, Ashley. I think that's like over $10. Thank you so much. Get anything for yourself or Jeremy? Well, it'll have to be for myself because hold on. I don't want to delete that. Okay, because Jeremy's going to be coming to Korea actually this weekend. So I'll see him this weekend, but right now it's just me. I'm going to get a really nice lunch. I have $46 of donations from today. You could get, my God, you can get so much food for 46 bucks. I couldn't even spend 46 bucks if I tried today without making a reservation at like a nice restaurant. I could even get all you can eat beef if I want. Like they have the all you can eat restaurants, which are the one close to me is about $16 or $17. I think it's even cheaper. Yeah, it's like $16 for all you can eat. They have like steak, they have beef, they have, sorry, I just said steak anyway. Well, steak, they also have beef. They have pork, like samgyeopsal, all that stuff. They have unlimited like dishes, sides. They have a drink machine. Fantastic. Yeah, it's like $16 US. So it's kind of hard to spend more than $10 to 15 bucks for a meal unless you're really looking for something like, if you go to a sushi restaurant, sure, you can spend 20, 30 bucks pretty easily. But if you're not, unless you're going to like some Michelin restaurant or you're making a reservation for some like really expensive like Hanu, like the Korean beef restaurant, you can't spend more than like 20 bucks in a meal. It's really hard to find places that'll even charge you more than, 10, 15 bucks. The most expensive meal I get on a regular basis, once a week, I'll get like jjajangmyeon, maybe every 2 weeks. And jjajangmyeon, because I get jjajangmyeon and tangsuyuk, which is like the fried chicken, I think it comes out to about 20,000 won. But still, that's like, what, 16 bucks or something. So it's still not a big deal. I rarely spend over $15 a day. Yeah, if you want, you can really live cheaply in Korea. Not just eating like samgakkimbap, not just eating the triangle rice every single day, but you can actually get food. In fact, yesterday, there's a restaurant one of my subscribers told me about. It's not too far from my house, which has a dish of tonkatsu. In Korean, tonkas. For 4,000원, 4,001, which is like $3 in the US. $3 for a big tonkas, fried pork cutlet with a handful of cabbage, some kimchi as a side, a bowl of miso soup. Boom, no tax, no tip. I paid 4,001, so like $3 US. Ate, felt pretty good, and left. And I didn't even need a dinner after that. I think I just microwaved like a little piece of chicken I got from the supermarket for like another. I think the chicken I got was actually more expensive than the tonkatsu meal. Yeah, so you can live pretty cheap in Korea. And there was another restaurant right next to that had galbitang, which is like the beef bone soup for 6,000 won. So like what, $4.50? $4.50, no tax, no tip. And you get rice and you get sides with that and this big bowl of beef stew. It's ridiculous. If you go to Daegu, you have to get pizza from... Oh, really? What kind of pizza is it? Lady Natbook said, what's an average for a high-end meal? So define high-end. Give me the food item you want. Are you talking about like eel? Eel, you could spend quite a lot. If you want to get like... Say you go to a regular, not an all-you-can-eat place, but you just go to a regular meat restaurant and you sit down by yourself and they have a limit. You have to a minimum. You have to order at least 2-person meal. because they don't want to have people just ordering a tiny bit of meat and making all the side dishes. It's a big problem. So they want at least you to order 2 meals. So let's see. You probably end up spending around $30 to $40, I'd say, if you did that. Like by yourself, you sit down, you go to a really nice meat restaurant, you order like their higher quality meat, like you get a 600 grams of some Korean made hanu or something. It comes with all these sides and lots of rice and everything. And it's like 60,000 won. It's a really nice restaurant, really good quality. So that's what, like 40 something bucks? But most people don't do that. And if you do that, 600 grams is plenty for you and a friend. But let's just say you go crazy, right? Yeah, I'd say you'd spend probably around 40 bucks if you did that. Most of the time though, no. The most expensive thing that I said I get regularly would be jjajangmyeon and tangsu, which comes out to about 20,000 won. So yeah, about 16 bucks. I think you're gonna be okay if you budget 50 bucks a day for food. You're gonna have some left over, and that's enough to buy snacks. You can get an ice cream after you're done. Some days you can get, go to a nice restaurant. Other days you can just, get something small. If you order a pizza, you're not gonna pay more than like 20,000 won for that. Do you prefer Korean sushi or Jap? Oh my God, don't get me started. Okay, I love Korea, but Korean sushi it leaves much to be desired. For me, I prefer the Japanese style sushi. The Korean sushi is still good though. And the nice thing is it's pretty cheap also. And some of it is really good. It's just a different variety. I think Tokbi was my favorite food in Korea. You say, really? Most people don't like that, but I think it tastes pretty good. Hey, M&M Twix. Thank you, M&M Twix. M&M Twix just bought me dinner today. Have you ever done a walking tour on your channel with your recommended landmarks that's not as known or favorite places to eat? I enjoy all your content. Thanks, Billy. You're a great teacher. Have I done a walking tour with recommended landmarks? Okay, M&M Twix, have you seen the video I made? I think it was 2 years ago. The 5 places I always visit when I go to Korea. That's probably the closest that I've done, because those are 5, I picked 5 places that I always end up at. Not necessarily like the best places in Korea, but I always end up going to those 5 places. One of them also is Namdaemun-sijang, because I go there all the time. Seoul Tower, Suwon Fortress, those are some places. Bukchon Hanongmar, I always end up getting there too. And did I say Insadong too? Anyway, there are a couple places like that I always end up going to in that video. Check that one out as well if you haven't. I think though, if you're in Korea, I wouldn't really care so much about exactly like where you necessarily get to go, unless that's your travel style. You like going to different places in the country that you visit, and that's it, that's what you like. I think there's a lot more to be had in Korea by the people that you meet and the things you do and the things you eat, right? Than necessarily the places you visit. Because like with Korea, for parks, for example, if you see one park, they're nicer parks. There's lots of parks in Korea. They're all really nice. But if you see one park, do you really need to go to every cool park in Korea? Like if you see Seoul Tower, like do you really need to go to Seoul Tower to see the view of the city? If you think the view of the city is really cool, but I don't think you should really be like, oh, I gotta visit here, everyone visits here. Like, I don't think Korea is really that kind of place. At least I don't think Seoul is that kind of place. I think Seoul is more like, everyone is here, so meet some cool people. All the food you want is here, so eat some good food. I think that's kind of more rewarding for me, personally. Isn't that I get to visit every single park or every tourist spot or whatever like that. Like, I guess, for example, if there's some Instagram video you see and the person, oh, they go to this place and they do this thing and you're like, oh, that'll be so cool. Sure, do that. But I don't let yourself get overwhelmed by the number of things you could do in Seoul, like the number of places you could go to in Seoul, because I think when you get there, like for example, say you come to this park, which I really like this park. In fact, if you come to this park, you probably run into me once or twice, because I'm here. Except I hadn't been here for the past few years because I didn't have a chance to go here. But normally I like coming here. You come here, you're going to be like, wow, I'm in a park. Now what do I do? Walk around the park? You have parks in your home country. So I think it's more about who are you with, like what are you doing, that sort of thing in Korea. Because if you decide, you meet up with some people and you go to the park together with a friend, or you go to Seoul Tower or whatever, you go to Bukson Hadongbar with a friend or someone like that's going to be a memorable experience for the rest of your life. Not that you happen to visit the, Seoul Tower or whatever. Like, you're not going to care if you go there by yourself. You're not going to care if you visit a lot of these cool places in Seoul by yourself. I think it's more about like, who are you with? Like, what do you enjoy to do? What do you enjoy doing? Take care, Daddy Tojang. I just remembered I bought a Seoul Zoo ticket online, but never went there. Really? That would be cool. What's your favorite Korean food? Sundae. Sundae, honestly, completely honest. Sundae is my favorite Korean food. But a close second is Isaac toast. That's also really good. I actually have a lot of favorite Korean food, but yeah, if I have to pick one, I'm gonna pick sundae. It's just magnificent. Once you get used to the smell, because it does kind of smell like a bit gamey, most people don't like it because of that, and they don't even want to try it. It just looks disgusting. It's like a blood sausage. So you think, oh, I don't want to eat blood. Like, no. It's not that offensive. But anyway, I really like it. But I also like that kind of stuff. I like, a little bit smelly stuff or gamey stuff. That's fine for me. I just think sundae tastes great. So you get sundae, tteokbokki, and tigim, and omuk. Those are the four. Pick maybe 3 of them because it's not possible to eat all 4. You get tteokbokki, which becomes your dipping sauce. You eat the tteok before it gets too bloated, and you dip the sundae in there, and then you dip your tigim, which is your fried stuff, like fried shrimp or fried potatoes or fried squid. Dip those in tteokbokki and eat it. And then you have omuk, which is the odeng, the fish cake. You could dip that in there too. It's just heaven. There's nothing like that. I did most of my trip solo, and I agree. A lot of it would have been better shared with someone. I think so. That's my style, though. You might not be like that. And a lot of people I met in Korea actually like traveling by themselves. They like seeing the new place by themselves and walking around. For me, I don't care. I think, like, why am I visiting this trendy restaurant by myself? Like, I don't care. I mean, I'd rather, if you go with a friend, you can take photos together. It can be a memory. You can talk about it. You're gonna remember that much better if you have someone else to share it with. So. You seem to have a very curious stomach and not much you don't like. Yeah, there's a lot that I don't prefer. I don't enjoy everything I eat, but I say that there's not much that I can't eat. In fact, I wager to say there's nothing I can't eat. There's a couple stuff in Korea I really don't want to eat, like hongo. Hongo is the fermented skate fish, and it tastes absolutely garbage. It's worse than garbage. It's like spraying Windex in your mouth and then coating the back of your throat with expired brie cheese. And then the texture is like you're chewing on a pig's ear. I'm not exaggerating this, but people like it. Ask anyone who likes that. They're gonna tell you, yeah, you got it. It's pretty accurate. Not pungo. Pungo is not that. Hongo. Hong-oh. You can search it. Hongeo. But I can eat it. I'm not going to say I can't eat it. If someone's like, hey, Billy, if you eat this, I'll give you $1. I'm like, okay, sure. Yeah, fine. I'll eat it. It's just not that good. I can't enjoy it. But the reason I can't enjoy it, I think mostly is actually, it's not even the taste. It's not even like the aftertaste of like expired brie cheese. It's the texture. It's just horrible texture. Like you're chewing, like it should be chewed now and it's not. Like, why am I eating? Yeah, it's an acquired taste, but I've tried it now twice and I can't acquire it. It's very difficult to acquire. But some people really like it. So I'm not going to diss them. I think it's actually really cool if you can like that. I'm not sure what part of it is that what they like so much. And I'm not against smelly fish or smelly food like that. I mean, I enjoy sardines. I have a bunch of cans of sardines underneath my staircase, and I'll eat those sometimes when I get bored. They taste great. I mean, I like anchovies. My favorite kind of pizza in the US is anchovy pizza. And no one makes it. So you have to make it yourself. So I have a jar of anchovies. So, get a big slice of cheese pizza, thin, lots of extra cheese. You put a bunch of anchovies on it, fold that up. Oh, it's so good. I like that kind of stuff. I don't mind like smelly stuff like that because it tastes good. But I can't get into hongo. Anchovy pizza, hell nah. It's really good. But if you don't like anchovies, I don't blame you. Don't go for it. I also really liked 청어, surstrumming. Surstrumming is the it's basically like toilet fish. It tastes like an outhouse smells. Actually, I shouldn't say that. It smells like an outhouse. It smells like, or as my friend Johnson put it, a baby's diaper. Really, I'm not exaggerating that. And you can tell from like a block away. It's the most rancid thing I've ever smelled in my entire life. And I used to be in the Boy Scouts. It is horrible. But so I was turned off from it, and it's famous as the worst smelling fish in the entire world. So I'm not like exaggerating this. It is famous for that. You cannot open the can in the air because it's just destroy everything. So we had to open it underneath in the water, underneath in a bucket of water, so that it was safe. And I tell you, it smelled absolutely horrible, but it tasted wonderful. I loved it. It was really salty. It was like a stronger version of anchovies. And I liked anchovies, so I loved it. Oh, I was talking about surstrumming. Oh yeah, it's been used. I think there was a court case where like someone was suing someone for having opened a can of surstrumming, and the judge was like, come on, that's ridiculous. They can eat what they want to eat. And to demonstrate it, the prosecution opened a can of surstrumming in the courtroom, and the judge was like, all right, you're right, I'm sorry. You win. Right there. Yeah, dirty socks. No, this is worse than dirty socks. This is like this was outhouse. So I might have been talking about something else that has dirty socks. This really is outhouse smell. If you don't know what outhouse smells like, it smells like a diaper. Yeah, not good. And even while you're putting it up to your mouth, like about to eat it, it smells like a diaper. But then when you eat it, you taste it. No, it actually just tastes like anchovies, like a stronger, saltier, more condensed version of anchovy flavor. And I think I gave it a solid 6 out of 10. And it would have been higher if it weren't for the smell. Like the smell really took it down, but it was really good. So, yeah. And we didn't end up finishing it because I was full. Not because I didn't want to eat the fish, but because making it, you have to like put it in a little bit at a time in this like kind of a wrap to eat it. Otherwise it's just too salty and strong. But by the time we had that, I had already eaten hongo the same day and a bunch of kimchi. And I had some lunch before that. So I'm like, I'm full. So we ended up throwing the rest of it away. But yeah, it was really good. How do people get past the smell to eat it? I guess traditionally, they would have been very hungry. That's my guess. They would have been very hungry and then realized, hey, I can eat this. Kind of like what you do when you go to the fridge at 2 a.m. and there's some expired milk, and you pour it out and you're like, it's not bad yet. Like that. I think it's kind of one of those things. Yeah, the European canned food. Is it Norwegian or sweet or something like that? Sweden? I don't know. Expired milk is a no. Yeah, but before milk expires, it starts to change. You know what I'm talking about. So it's not expired yet. When it's expired, that's like, ugh. But before it's expired, it has a slightly sour taste, a little bit of sour taste before it expires. It'll be like the day before it expires. And that's drinkable. It's just not that great. Someone wrote, 너를 사랑해요. So, okay, there's a big problem with your sentence. Actually, there are a few problems, but you can't use 요 form with 너. 100%, there's no situation where you can use 너 with any sort of polite Korean, because it is, by definition, it is a word that puts the person that you're speaking with on the same level or below you. So you can't use it with hey yo. You can do hey 사랑해 is okay, but you can't do heyo for that. And then the other thing is you could never use 너 to someone who's either older than you or not really close with you. They have to be both. They have to be the same age as you or younger, and they have to be close with you. Otherwise, it would be an offensive thing to say to like a stranger or a teacher. Now, I'm not offended because I literally teach Korean, so I see this all the time. But you wouldn't want to use it. Have you ever been to Panyang, a temple? No, I have not. Where is it? Guinsa? I don't know. I've never been there. Is it special? The thing with temples in Korea, though, is once you've seen one, you've seen all of them, because they all kind of are the same idea. There isn't one that's like grandiose and really fancy decorated or anything that's, oh, you got to go to this place to see this temple. Oh, you saw that one? No, you got to go to this one. There isn't really anything like that, with a few exceptions. There are some like, cliffside temples, and there are some that are right next to the beach, like kind of interesting atmospheres. But no, I typically don't go out of my way to visit temples. Sorry, Chief. No, you don't have to apologize. Like I said, I teach this, so it's more of like a cute thing. Like I see someone write a Korean mistake, and I go, oh, okay, yeah, I get why they wrote that. I mean, I learned Korean myself, so I probably said something really offensive like that I don't remember also in the beginning. I just got back from Daegu Uneng a little while ago. I can have a conversation mostly without any problems, but when it comes to banks or official institutions, I always feel disheartened with my speaking. Well, that's because the type of conversation you're going to be doing at a bank or a business, like anything that's official, that's important, is always going to require a higher Korean level than just, say, talking with someone on the street. Like, you can have a conversation, say, 어디서 오셨어요? 뭐 하세요? 한국 좋아하세요? You can have like, what do you like? What do you do? Do you like Korea? 한국 음식 좋아하세요? You can have these really, really simple conversations normally with someone on the street, but once they ask you like, what name would you like to start your account in? Let me see, what method of identification have you brought? Like, then it's like, ego. Like, you kind of revert because you're not used to those situations. It's fine, it's normal. They know that. I've been to the building, the immigration center is kind of like that too. When you go through the immigration process, that they talk to you in all these vocabulary words. They're higher level than what you hear on the street. I mean, it's okay. They're not trying to confuse you. But if you don't know that right away, I hear other people talking with the workers, and they don't speak much Korean, but they kind of work through it, and the workers don't care. Like, the bank workers, they don't care. They're just trying to get their job done. Like, they don't care you can't perfectly communicate. They just want to make sure that they're getting the right information from you. They aren't going to be disappointed when you can't perfectly respond to them with the same vocabulary level that they're using to you. So yeah, don't worry about it. It's a different type of Korean. It's like saying, oh, I speak Korean fine, but then when I had to become a doctor, I didn't know what to say. Like, obviously, these aren't the situations you're used to. If you learn those vocabulary words, though, you'll suddenly feel like, oh, this isn't too bad, because most of what you're describing as difficult is just going to be those vocabulary words. Like, you wouldn't know the word for like 계정 or like 계좌. 계좌 would be like the bank account, and 계정 is like a regular account on like a website or something. So like, you wouldn't know, how do I do like what's 계좌이체? Like, what's transferring balances to an account? Or like, how do I put, like, what's 본명 mean? Your full legal name. Like, these types of words are not that big of a deal, but you have to learn them in addition to the regular words. So if you just learn the vocabulary, it's not that big of a deal. 구미호, 도깨비. Yes. 구미호 and are the mythological creatures that eat your liver. 도깨비, also another misunderstood Korean mythology character. Tokbi are the Korean goblins, but it's actually, it's like a bird just chilling out there. Hold on, I gotta show you this bird. Just looks like it's really chilling here. It's just like lying down. It's got its wings spread out, its legs spread out. It's just chilling on the grass. What's up, bird? Yeah, Tokbi are, you might see them as goblin, but if you ever see them with horns, that is not Tokbi. That's a common misconception. Although Tokbi are fake, but they still have an official appearance. And Tokbi actually are just humans. They are literally just people. They look like people. They have maybe more, they're more hairy. They wear white clothes because at the time that white clothing was just kind of the commoner clothing. Like the everyday person would just walk around wearing some white clothes. So that's why they do that. They're just a big, tall person. They look like regular people. And the idea is that Tokbi blend into the public. So you wouldn't know Tokbi when you see them. If you ever see a depiction of Tokbi and it's got like horns, it's not a Tokbi. That's an Oni, which is the Japanese goblin. I don't know why they got mixed up. Like, where did they start getting confused? But you'll see like Tokbi with like these different horns and teeth and everything. That's not Tokbi. That's 100%. That's Oni. But Koreans do it too. Koreans will write like Tokbi and you'll see like business logos Tokbi and they have some horns on them. That's not Tokbi. So yeah, I don't know when did Tokbi become Oni, but yeah, regular Tokbi were just regular people like you and I. There were some of them that might have like a small horn, but there aren't like official depictions of what Tokbi is supposed to look like at all. So all that we know is it would have been just a regular person that has magic. I believe it's called Tosur. Tosur, right? Yeah. Tosur would be like their special magic that they use to do different things. And they might carry around a club. Sometimes they might carry around a magic club that they can hit to create, you know, there's a famous story, Tokbi Pangmangi, it's also on my channel, Jeremy recorded it, where they like hit the ground and they can generate like as much gold or meat or whatever as they want. But that's pretty much it. Other than that, they're just regular people. Hey, Kai. Welcome, Kai. Yeah, I've just been doing a live stream for the past 2.5 hours, and now you decide to come in. No. Regular Kongyu. Yeah, exactly. So Kongyu in the drama Tokbi actually looks like Tokbi. And there is also, like I said, the information about Tokbi is very scarce. So it's not like you can say, according to the text, Tokbi always did this or did that. There is no such thing as that. It is really vague. But if you look at, like, kind of combine the stories together and say, oh, this must represent what Tokbi probably would be seen as. There were a bunch of little traits that they had. One of them was that they liked playing games. So a trait about Tokbi is they love gambling and playing games with people. And they're also very good at playing games. They always win. I mean, not always, but they're really good at games. The other thing is they also like memir. So I think that's buckwheat, right? So Tokbi loves eating buckwheat. In fact, in the drama Tokbi, they acknowledge that very, very slightly. But in Tokbi, there's like some scenes where he's standing in a buckwheat field. Yeah. So they have some acknowledgements of him being a Tokbi. But they just don't call out to them because I think they figured it would be kind of cringe if they did. Oh, hey, Kai. Thank you. Kai says money towards a drink or trinket or something. What would be a trinket that I'd buy? Kai, you actually, if you came earlier, I actually made my favorite Korean drink with milkis and blue lemonade. You got to watch the replay. Kai missed the milkis. So I'll tell you, Kai, since you're, I'll tell you. So you get milkis, you put like that much, you fill the rest with blue lemonade. Instead of just milkis, which is like milk flavored sugar and carbonated milk, it's not that, it's like, okay, you get a creamy, carbonated, sour and sweet lemonade instead. Yes. Tokbi also like drinking. That's the other thing. They love playing. They like playing games. They like tricking people for fun, not for like malice. They're friendly, but they like tricking people and making bets with people. They love drinking. They love singing, and they love dancing. So that's Tokbi. They might be bigger than regular people, a little bit taller and maybe hairier. But besides that, they're not like they're not goblins. They don't look like monsters. So goblin, I think, is a horrible translation for Tokbi, but it's what we're left with. They're not goblins at all. They don't look like monsters. They're just like, I could be a Tokbi, and you would never know. I'm not a Tokbi. So let's see what other comments. And yes, as Keith says, they have Tokbi fight. They could fight anyone. Yeah, it's not that they fight. They do shiram. So they love doing shiram, which is wrestling, the Korean wrestling, basically like sumo kind of, but not getting really fat and doing that, but just wrestling. And yeah, they're really good at wrestling. The reason is Tokbi use their tosur, which I said is like their special magic, and they can generate a magical leg. So they can use that leg to kind of pin people over, and they're really good at wrestling. But they won't tell you that. They'll just be like, hey, let's do wrestling. Yeah, let's play together. And then they beat you. So these are the traits of Tokbi. Besides that, nothing. They don't have horns. Like I said, there are some depictions of them in like older works. I'm not talking about like the recent stuff where people don't know what they're talking about and they give them horns and teeth. No. In the original stuff, there are some depictions that they might have like a small horn, but they also don't. So there isn't like Tokbi has horn usually. No, there's nothing like that. They maybe in one story they did a long time ago, but it's not a mark of it. So yeah, basically just they like games and drinking and singing and dancing. They have magic. That's Tokbi. It's very vague. So yeah, the Tokbi in the dramas, I'd say pretty accurate. You don't look like Gongyu. You can't be Tokbi. Gongyu is not the only Tokbi, you know. There are many Tokbi in the world. It could be a Tokbi that wears the same clothes every day. Palsiram. Yeah, palsiram would be your arm wrestling, which is different. They don't do arm wrestling. They would just do shiram, which is actual wrestling. You know, full contact wrestling. Prove it. I'm not gonna show you my magic. You're gonna try to steal my club. If I show you my magic club, you're gonna try to steal it, just like everyone tries to steal it. This. When I hit the ground, I think I'm gonna break this. If I hit the ground, you know, 뚝딱. 거기 나와라. Well, let me put this back. There we go. Okay. Yeah. They have a club, and they can hit the ground. Although that's only in one story. Tokbi 방망이, the goblin's club, as they translate it. They don't normally carry around clubs all the time where they go, but because they have magic, some of them have access to a club, and they just use that to kind of use their magic. Not that they don't have magic without their club, though. But yeah, it's a little bit vague. Like I said, you can get away with a little bit of changes as to what they can do, but that's pretty much it. They're just like playful monsters, I guess. They're not bad. They're not goblins. So if you ever meet a guy who's like drunk and singing and dancing and like, hey, let's wrestle together, or hey, I'll make you a bet. Let's try this. That's Tokbi, 100%. You can call him out on it. Be like, dude, I know you're Tokbi. Yeah, and you know, take a picture with him, all that. I'm sure he'll love it. Do you think I should take Korean classes if I can't make any more progress with self-study? If you're someone who likes a structured classroom, then yes, because everyone learns a little bit differently. Prof lo amo, besos, saludos. I don't know, Professor something, salud. I can't understand. We have some new people coming in today. Oh no, I just noticed something. My donation total is 66.6. I guess I am Tokbi. I think this proves it. No Spanish? Yeah, I don't know what language that is. I actually don't know. I just know it's one of those One of those languages. Sue Amazing asks if chess is famous in Korea. Sure. Love and kisses. Okay. Okay. Bezos is bisu. Like I was trying to think of the French version. Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. Yes. Iron Maiden. Excellent. Okay, does anyone have any Korean questions? I want to take another couple Korean questions and then we'll... Actually, no, I'm just going to walk around. Kai, thank you. 68.6. Thank you for... Kai has just dispelled, or I should say exorcised, the evil devil from my stream. Thank you, Kai. Everyone, Kai the exorcist. Okay, I'm gonna make this a little bit shorter because otherwise it's gonna be too shaky. Hopefully it's not too shaky. If it is, I'll pull out I have the stabilized tripod as well, but I don't like using it because it's so short. So I'll just use this. All right, so make sure double check, make sure I didn't leave anything at the, I don't want to leave stuff that thing. Ah, something fell out. Is that mine? No. Okay, we're good. I got everything. Everything's mine here. I'm new at learning Korean. What are some things I can do for like beginners in my free time? Watch Korean shows. That's the best thing that you can do in your free time. That's what I do. If you have free time, if you're okay with that, watch Korean shows without subtitles. Or if you do turn on the subtitles, turn on Korean subtitles. I'd say that's the best thing you can do with your time, is just get lots of listening practice. Because eventually you're going to need like thousands of hours of listening practice for Korean. Kyled said you're still alive. I'm back from dinner with my mom. To be honest, this is all I'm doing today. This is all I have to do today. Hold on, let me see if my battery's okay. Oh, my battery's getting low. Hold on. Oh no, that's not good. I need my battery. I can't stream without my battery. Okay, let me see. I have a spare battery right here. Let me just plug it in. Give me a second. My Korean friend said if you can master patsim, you can start to speak Korean. I mean, no, you can start speaking Korean before you master those. It's going to take a lot of time before you actually like master patsim because there are so many of them. But I mean, eventually you will master them. I'll say that. You're not going to be speaking Korean without knowing most of them. Okay, now I'm charging it. There we go. That's a little better. Otherwise, my phone's going to die. Okay, what camera do I use? I use right now, or what do I use for my videos? For right now, I'm using a S21 Ultra, I think. Yeah, an S21 Ultra. For my videos, though, I use a Panasonic GH6 for those. And I would recommend both of them. Which park? This is a park in Korea. Hope I narrowed that down. What's your favorite Korean city? If you're visiting Korea, I'd say Seoul, really. Everyone comes here, but there's a reason. It's not boring. Everyone's here. It's so easy to get around. There are so many things you can do. Everything you want to possibly do in Korea for your first time is here. Parks description, yes. Well, there are so many parks in Korea, you know. There are also lots of Lees and Choi's, but that's a different story. Okay, let's see. Take Jeremy to Abebe in Seoul for a giant fluffy donut. That sounds good. Yeah, Jeremy will be coming to Korea this weekend. So we'll definitely be filming some more videos this time, though I don't know what we'll be filming yet. I swear this place is different though. I came here 3 years ago last, and there were so many different art displays, and I haven't been able to find a single one that looks like I remember. I found many that look like parts of what I remember, but I swear they must have taken some of them down. I don't know. Do you, okay, Jesus Corona says, do you recommend those comprehensive input learn, aka learn like a baby? So, okay, so your question actually is two parts. I'll break it apart if you don't mind. Do you recommend comprehensive input? Yes. It's not a language learning hack. It's literally just what every teacher tells you. Get input that's comprehensible to you. There. Watch shows that are not too high above your listening level. Like you're not going to understand it, but you're going to understand kind of the gist of it, right? That's already like the highest you want to go. So yeah, that's the thing. However, do you recommend learn like a baby? You can. Try it and report back and let me know how many months or years you spent trying to do that. It doesn't work. And I hear lots of people who tell me that, hey, I tried, I do so much listening and I can't speak Korean. What am I doing wrong? I'm like, well, that's what you're doing wrong. Is listening is a part. It's an essential piece of learning Korean. But just like you can't make pancakes by adding only eggs, it's a piece of the ingredients. It's a piece of what you need. So you definitely need it, but I wouldn't only do that. It's not going to work. But yes, you do need lots of comprehensible input. So again, that's going to be listening practice that's only slightly above your level, not something like way above your level. Like watching the news is usually way above the level for most people. And the reason is something that's close to your current level will help you a lot faster than something that's higher above your level, although they both will work. If you're watching something that's a little bit above what you can do, so regular speaking, like regular daily conversations, vloggers in Korea are great for that, or live streamers. They're talking to you the same way they would talk to their friends. That's great because it's a little bit higher than what you can understand, but it's nothing crazy. So I would stick with that sort of stuff. Okay, let's see. Kai said, oh, is it true some convenience stores? Oh, can we go back up? Here we go. Kyled said he didn't reveal his exact location. Well, to be really specific, because I feel like people are asking me where I am. To be really specific, I'm not in the US. But I hope, I don't want to dox myself, but I'll just say that I'm not in the US right now. Is it true convenience stores are super cheap? No. No, actually they're not. I don't know who says that. But some stuff at convenience stores are cheap. But no, I would say convenience store stuff is regularly much more expensive than the same exact stuff at a supermarket or at a mom and pop's convenience store or just a regular, like a supermarket. It's going to be more expensive at a convenience store because it's convenient. You're paying for the convenience. So yeah, but there is some cheap stuff. I'd say the ready-made food, the stuff that they sell there that's already prepared, is usually fairly cheap. But still, if you could get that same food on the street, like as a street food vendor, it's probably going to be even cheaper. Okay, let me see. Someone asked, also, 으니까 때문에 너 바람. Oh yeah, there are more. Jinyan, there are many more. Kai says, I'm a perfectionist, although logically I know it's a normal part of learning a language. I get so embarrassed when I make mistakes in Korean. Yeah. Can you live stream yourself speaking Korean? Playing games. I know many people who do this, actually. I'm subscribed to a few other Korean learners who play games in Korean, and they try to speak Korean in their videos. Can you do that? Like Twitch or YouTube, or where else is there? Yeah. Is there any way that you could try that as well? Because you really just need a lot more practice doing it. And something where you're facing other people, or other people are listening, might be a really good way to kind of get over that anxiety. I know I also have a lot of, well, not have as much as I used to, but I used to have a lot of camera anxiety for appearing in my own videos on YouTube, because I would be really nervous that what I'm saying is going to be going onto my channel. So it was really hard for me at first to record my videos, but it got better just by doing more of it. But besides that, it just takes a lot of time. It just takes a lot of time before you kind of get comfortable with not having perfect Korean. Do you have a favorite site for Hanta? Naver. That's the best for looking up Hanta. Unless you're specifically studying Hanta, in which case I could recommend you some paper dictionaries. But Naver is really great for that. Even in front of my Korean tutor. Well, to be fair, I would be nervous too if I was speaking to a Korean tutor. So that I think you want to compare, how do you feel when you're just speaking to like a friend or something like that? I think if you're still really, really nervous to a friend, then yeah, you probably need to work on anxiety. But for your tutor, I think it's pretty anxiety inducing. Because you know that they're not just listening to you, they're not just talking, they're like judging. So I think that's kind of difficult for me, is if I feel like someone's judging my Korean, then that's going to be harder than if I just feel like they're listening to me. Okay, let's see. What are some tricks for learning for beginners? What kind of tricks? Alex also says, I'm too much of a perfectionist and it makes me want to go back and diagnose if I missed some important rules or lessons. You always will feel like that. I mean, you'll always know that. You might not always feel like that, but you'll always accept that, oh, I'm missing this, or oh, maybe I don't know that word or something. Because there's no finish line. But you will get better at accepting that you know what you know and don't know what you don't know. But yeah, I do remember a lot of that kind of feeling. You feel like, oh, why don't I know this? Oh, I should know this. But yeah, that does get better, but it really just takes a lot of time and practice getting used to not knowing everything. Yeah, it's getting used to making mistakes, but also it's just getting used to knowing that you don't know everything. Because you really want to feel like, oh, of course I know that. Yeah, everyone knows that. No, they changed it. This is different than it was when I came here before. It's been like 2 years since I've seriously studied Korean. I really need to get back, but I have zero motivation. Well, I have a video. If you search Gobili Korean motivation on Google, I talk about that, but the really short version and one of the main tips we gave is, why are you learning Korean? Because I feel like a lot of the motivation is, yeah, this is the spot. I remember this spot 100%, but it looks different. Yeah, I think they just kind of let it go and stopped maintaining it. Some of these things. Okay. Like, yeah, remember, why are you studying Korean in the first place? Because if you don't have a motivation, if you don't have any, I shouldn't say motivation, if you don't have a reason to study, then yeah, like, why are you studying? There's no reason. Like, if you live in, like, say you live in Italy, far away from any Koreatown, you have no Korean friends, you don't have any plans on going to Korea ever, like, why are you learning Korean? But if you have a reason, you're like, oh, well, I'm learning Korean because, you know, my best friend was Korean and I promised him I'd meet him in Korea, and I love Korean food, I think the culture's great, you know, whatever it is, like, kind of grab onto that again. Like, why are you learning Korean? Because I think that's a lot of, you know, what motivates you. It comes from the reason that you're learning Korean in the first place. Quick story, in my entire country, they don't teach Korean anymore. Yeah, it's not, I mean, even I'm from LA and there aren't that many Korean classes in LA either. So these days it's easier though to learn online, which is nice. Do things you enjoy with a Korean flavor. Yeah. Something you like, but just in Korean. Saw some other people sitting down. They had a phone open, like they were streaming. There's some, you know, ladies that looked to be in their 70s. They had a phone open. They're streaming and having like a picnic. I'm like, are they like doing some live stream or something? Some 3 70-year-old ladies. So I looked over there and I, you know, kind of just said hi really quick. Just do, you know, just kind of do like the hey head bow, and they smiled back and waved. But I have no clue what they're doing. I'm just gonna assume that those were famous 70-year-old Haimoni running a YouTube channel. Instant collab, yeah. How good was your Korean in the first few months? to a year. After a few months of living in Korea. So I learned before I came to Korea, I'd already had a little bit of practice with it. It was not, I couldn't speak. I think I remember about 3 months of living in Korea, I remember telling myself, like out loud and acknowledging, hey, I can say most of the things that I want to say. Like, oh, I am hungry. I want to go here. I do not like that. What do you think about this? Really simple stuff. But I remember telling myself, hey, I can say most of the stuff I want to say, but not how I want to say it, but I can say it. Like, really basic stuff. So at that point, I think I was probably at a high beginner level after about 3 months of living in Korea. But I was using it a lot. I was really using it with Korean people that I knew. I don't think that's really realistic though. And I wouldn't call myself conversational after 3 months. And I definitely wasn't fluent. But I was at least kind of getting into like starting to get into the high beginner level where it starts becoming useful. So yeah, I think it started actually becoming useful to me after about 3 months or so. But after a year was when I started to be able to have conversations more comfortably. Simple conversations, but yeah, more comfortably. But it's not something that happens really quick. I did yoga in Korean on YouTube, helped me learn so many parts of the body and reinforce a lot of grammar. Yeah, during COVID, I remember so many people would watch exercising YouTubers. And, the exercise like, hey, let's do, jogging in place together, stretching and all that stuff. That was really popular during COVID. And they all use Korean. So that's another good way to get Korean practice. I didn't do it, but I remember my wife was watching a lot of those channels during COVID. Some of them would have they started out as 100,000 subscribers and then during COVID jumped to like 1 million because everyone had nothing to do. As someone who wants to move to Korea, would you recommend it? Sure, if you like Korea that much. But what's your job going to be? So most people, if you are a native English speaker, if you're a native English speaker, you can be an English teacher. Besides that, though, there aren't too many opportunities unless you have a special skill. Like I know software developers are still kind of in demand. So even if you're not great at speaking Korean, but you're good at software development, you can get a job in Korea. And I do know a few people. Funnily enough, I know 3 people and they're all French. They all do it. But besides that, really just English teacher. If you're a native English speaker, you can be an English teacher in Korea. But that's pretty much it. There aren't too many opportunities for working in Korea. So let's see. I'm learning Korean because I want to meet Korean girls. They seem pretty shy, humble, and respectful. Did I get that right, or am I missing something? At this point, hold on. At this point, I'm done with Latinas and American girls. So, Jesus, I'm not a doctor, but I think I can diagnose you with something. It's a type of fever I've heard about. Some people have it. It's not contagious, fortunately. But you might want to be aware of these symptoms. It's called yellow fever. It's not going to do you any favors. I'll tell you why. Anyone who says Korean guys so whatever, and it's a good thing. The Korean guys are so something good. Put anything good you want in there. It's fake. It's a way over stereotype. It's a super huge stereotype. Major oversimplification of what's going on. And same with Korean girls. Oh, Saigominko, I can't say your name, but thank you so much for the donation. That's going toward my lunch and my dinner tonight. Girls are the same thing. Anyone who says, oh, Korean girls are so, polite, so shy, so respectful, so thoughtful. I can't swear on this channel, I'm sorry, but imagine I just am. It's not. People, they're human beings. If you find someone who you think is super respectful and kind and friendly and nice, well, great. You found a friendly and nice, respectful person. That's not Koreans. Koreans are just people. If you find a guy who is extremely romantic, you haven't found a Korean. You, I'm sorry, that's not they're not Korean, for one thing. But let's say you do. Let's say you find a Korean guy who's super thoughtful and respectful and just cares so much and really considerate and everything like that. Great, you found a considerate, respectful guy. Good for you. You did not have to go to Korea to do that. There are plenty of Americans. There are plenty of Latinos. There are plenty of people you can go. I want to swear so bad right now. You can go to Jamaica. You can go to South Africa. You can go to, I just said the same area, kind of. You can go to South America. You can go to Antarctica. You can find considerate, shy, friendly, respectful people. But be careful about stereotyping Koreans, because there are stereotypes that are more accurate. They're like, it's still not good. There are more accurate, most cases, stereotypes for a population, right? You can find, for example, can I give a stereotype about Korean guys? Not everyone. They don't know too much about holding a relationship. This is a stereotype, okay? It doesn't apply to everyone. But I think in general, because of how busy Koreans are kept at school, they spend all their time studying, then they have to go to the military. Korean guys don't have much time to experience the romantic lifestyle that we get in the US and even in Europe. They don't get to have these sorts of, lots of experiences dating and meeting other people. They don't get to do the education classes, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that we learn about in the US, okay? They don't learn any of that, at least not from school, not officially. So you end up with plenty of really cool guys, plenty of really cool girls. But you can't stereotype an entire country and say Korean guys are romantic, Korean guys are super shy, or Korean girls are very, they're so submissive and so respectful and everything. Like, no, they're not. They are people. Some of my friends are like the goofiest like hairballs in the world. Thank you, Kai. Louder for the people. Thank you, Kai. Yeah, I like one of my best friends, like Soyoung. She's like such a goofball. Is she like other Korean girls in dramas? No. Is she great? Yeah, she's awesome. I have another friend, Jinyoung. Is she like Koreans I've seen in dramas? No. Is she cool? Yeah, she's really cool, but totally different than Soyoung. I'm naming names because these are some of my friends. And then I have other friends who are like really stereotypical, like, I shouldn't say stereotypical, it's not even the right word. Not out of the ordinary for many Korean guys you would see in dramas, for better or for worse. Is it romantic when a girl says she wants to leave and the guy grabs her hand and pulls her back? I think it's a little bit creepy, but I know some guys who are like that. Yeah. So I know plenty of guys who just, go out and they smoke a pack a day and drink a bottle a day. And that's perfectly normal too. Is that bad? I mean, maybe you like that. Maybe you're a heavy smoker and a heavy drinker. You'll fit right in with Korean culture. I can't say too many good things or too many bad things because I meet so many unique, diverse people that it's hard to say Korean girls are like this, Korean guys are like this. Are Korean girls more respectful than American girls? No, they're just more timid about expressing their opinions, I think, because again, that's kind of part of the culture that they're brought up in, where in the US we're really, forward about what we're thinking. We're okay saying this is this way, right? Oh no, that's wrong. Oh, that's terrible. Whereas in Korean, it's more like, I don't want to disrupt the mood here. I'd rather let them be wrong and not correct them. Or maybe I'll say, oh, I think, isn't it this way? Or maybe I'm wondering, 그러지 않을까 싶은데, 뭐 아니지 싶은데, like I'm thinking maybe it isn't. So these are the types of grammar forms you hear more in Korean. Does that mean that they are more polite? No, because they're going to think those bad things without saying it to you. So you'll never know that they hate your guts. Okay, I've gone on too long. Just love Korean people for their Koreanness, like for who they are. Not don't expect don't have any expectations though, because you know that person that you know who's very polite might be a very polite person, or they might just not be telling you anything, and then you find out, hey, this isn't from a personal experience. Although I do actually wait, no, I do have a personal. Let me see if I can pull a personal experience out of this. I had a friend, super cool. I'm not going to give too many details. Hung out a lot. Got a boyfriend, Korean boyfriend. So she's female. Immediately kills all contact with me. Blocked. Completely blocked. Never did anything. Never did anything wrong. I promise. We're both cool. Immediately blocked though. The reason though, and I knew this without her having to explain it, is because some Korean guys, are extremely protective in relationships, so much that if they have a girlfriend, they'll force her to delete and block every male friend. I'm not talking about like, you know, partners or like past boyfriends or anything. I'm talking about every friend who's the opposite gender. They will force them to block, not talk with, not even tell them, hey, I got a boyfriend, I'm not gonna be able to hang out anymore, or no, completely blocked. This is not too out of the ordinary. Do you like that? Is this a bad thing? I don't know. Some people like it. They think, you know, that shows how much the guy cares about me. Other people will see it as like, dude, he can't trust me, or what, this is a bit restrictive. I still want my friends. So do you want that kind of thing? Is that good or bad? That's up to you. But I wouldn't think it would be fair to say that, oh, Korean guys are like, you know, really abusive or anything just because of that. You might like that kind of relationship, but it's just a different type of culture. So yeah, everyone's a little different. I don't want to go over here. I think there are lots of people enjoying. Oh, there's like a waterfall over there. Oh, I think I know this place. Yeah, I think I know this place. Okay, I'm going to show you guys a waterfall in a second. But first, let me just see if I'm missing any comments. Kai says, I get uncomfortable when people go to Korea and are upset that life isn't like a K-drama. Yeah. Life is nothing about being in Korea is like a kid. Okay, actually, there are a lot of people here. I'm not going to bug them. But I will show you the waterfall real quick. Yeah, it's kind of nice. I'll show you that. All right, we're going to get out of here because I don't want to bug the other people trying to hang out here and just have a nice little picnic. Anyway, yeah, so don't... See, there's some words I'm trying to avoid using on my channel. Kai used it. You can read her comment. Let's just say stereotyping. Stereotyping for a romantic relationship. Can I say that word? Yeah. Yeah, don't do that for Koreans, because you will meet actual people who are like that, but you can also meet people like that anywhere in the world. So my wife, who's super cool, just so happened to be not like that stereotype either. Go figure. Which is why I married her. If she were like the stereotype, I would not have married her. Fortunately, she's not. So she's really cool. It's kind of like a, oh no, I am helpless. I will love you forever. I will only talk with you. Please always answer my calls. We don't need to do anything or go anywhere as long as I'm with you. Like that's the kind of K-drama girl stereotype, right? It doesn't exist. In fact, if you meet someone like that, they're probably got something going on that they don't really have much of a life for themselves if they want you to be in charge of everything. It's not my style. Maybe it's your style. But anyway, that kind of thing doesn't really exist very much. So yeah. So dramas are just for entertainment. If you go to Korea, you're not going to be kidnapped and forced to participate in Squid Game. Your boyfriend is not going to donate his eyeball to you so that you can see after getting shot in the head and having cancer. Let's see, what else am I missing? I have to be careful because some of the storylines are kind of dark. Yeah, you're not going to wind up taking a time machine to Korea in the Joseon Dynasty like hundreds of years ago. None of that's going to happen. I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, it's kind of wind. Oh my goodness, it's so bright now I can't even read my phone. So I'm gonna go over here and then I'm gonna stop the stream for today. Can't even see. 바람이 많이 불어요. Yeah, it's very windy. Squid Game season 3 this month. That's right. Which also, related to the conversation, is not going to be what happens to you when you come to Korea. So don't worry about it. Squid Game, actually, no one even knows what Squid Game is. Until the drama came out, if you ask someone what is ojingo, it's actually just called ojingo. But if you ask someone what's the ojingo game, they'd be like, what are you talking about? It doesn't exist. It's like an old game, like some people may have heard of, like older people may have heard of it, but didn't even play it. But it's funny because I was reading the Wikipedia article about Squid Game, the game, and it's talking about it like it's some actual game people play in Korea, and it has like the rules and everything. I'm like, no one knows this stuff. I mean, like the closest thing I can think of would be like hopscotch, but imagine like a variation of hopscotch that no one played, and there you have Squid Game. So it's like, yeah, I think maybe I saw someone play that once, but I don't know what it is. Okay. Then a fake Korea, Billy, and K-drama don't have wind. No, they have wind, but only for dramatic effect. Usually not when anyone's talking. I think this is a good spot over there. Anyway, any other questions? Now that I'm done ranting about wrong stereotypes of Korean men and Korean women. I really like Korean people, but none of the Korean people that I know are like any of the people I know from Korean dramas, and I'm glad. They're really cool. Now they're still different. There's still differences between someone that I would know, like, you know, an American, a typical cool American or a typical cool Korean. There's still going to be differences. Typically, Koreans are going to be more on the conservative side, just because that's how their upbringing was, that's how their parents' upbringing was. You know, less than it was in the past, but still they're going to be more conservative in general. But then again, that's also in general. You're going to find people in Korea who are like, you know, not. What is this, a cherry? Interesting. Yeah, it is. Cherry. Oh no. It's upside, why is it upside down? There we go. Cherry. Billy, is NamuWiki good? It's not vetted. Like Wikipedia has to have references. NamuWiki is just whoever writes whatever they want. But it could still be useful because you still get a lot of information that people normally wouldn't have bothered to write otherwise. So if you want to learn about cultural things or like interesting language things or slang, then yeah, NamuWiki is good for that. But just know that it's not always accurate when it comes to more like official stuff. Like it'll give opinions. Like this person said they think this. Like, okay, like who cares about that? So it's not quite as accurate as Wikipedia, which these days actually is fairly okay for especially like well-known topics. But yeah, I like NamuWiki. Squid Game Game Center. Oh, I don't know. Probably not, because I heard the season 2 wasn't as well received. I mean, it's popular, but I guess it's not that doing as well. Probably because they decided to split one season into 2 instead of just make one season like they did before. It's season 3 is just season 2 part 2. So I kind of think that's annoying. I wish they would just give us, you know, one really tight season again. Like the first one was 9 episodes, so I wish they just gave us another 9 episodes. But instead they're doing like 7 was the season 2, and then I think there's probably another 7 or something for season 3. Yeah, which is kind of annoying. I think that makes it less good because the first one has a clear beginning and an ending. The season 2 has a clear beginning but not an ending. So it's like, how can I rate this as high? Even if it's great, you can't rate it as high as the first one because it doesn't even end. Okay. Isn't that right? I think that's right. Analog Tong King Kong. Just every park needs a gigantic gorilla. Funnily enough, there are more people watching the stream now than there were like 2 hours ago or when I started. Any other questions? I think I'll go. I'm gonna go eat lunch. I'm getting pretty hungry. I haven't eaten anything yet. Fortunately, it's kind of hot today, but it's not too bad. I think it's kind of okay. It's not too bad, and it's like the light wind helps a bit. Make a thumb. Okay, what's for lunch? That's a good idea. The next person who donates, I think, can pick what I eat. Let's see if I can get him in the picture. There we go. Favorite Korean dish? Yeah, I've said this before, but sundae. Sundae would be my favorite. Someone says eat gorilla. I can't. The gorilla is made of concrete, and not the kind of concrete that they sell at, like, what is it? Cold Stone, where it's just ice cream, but like actual concrete and paint. Too many options. Oh, I see what you mean. Put the gorilla as the thumbnail. I see what you mean. It's a good idea. I should probably go back and do that. Keith says you listed a bunch of not well liked dishes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. If no one picks what I'm going to eat today, what do I want? I usually don't get like the food I want most of the time because like it's just 귀찮아요. 귀찮아. It's too annoying to go like sit down at a restaurant, order a bunch of food, you know, pay a bunch of money when I'm like, I'm just hungry. So I think let's see. If I got what I wanted today, maybe it would be like a pizza. Pizza sounds pretty good, but there's not a pizza restaurant close to my house that I know of. And I don't want to eat a pizza that I have to bring back to my apartment because then I have to clean up all the trash and everything. So I prefer eating out instead of bringing something back to my apartment. My apartment's kind of small. I'm trying not to make any food trash. I mean, I'll have like yogurt or something in the morning, but I try not to have anything more than that. Anything that's difficult to clean up. Yeah, what would be good? I don't know. Give me some suggestions. What should I eat? Yeah, food with Billy. There's so many things I like, though. I'm not that picky when it comes to food. Although my wife will disagree. She'll say I'm incredibly picky. But, I mean, that's because it's like, I'll be like, oh, I'll have anything. She'll be like, oh, how about you just eat, like, a big bowl of, like, spicy kimchi? I'm like, well, okay. But no, sometimes she'll suggest kind of traditional Korean food, like just rice with kimchi or something like that. In which case, I usually don't feel like that. Hold on, there's a copyright zone over there I have to be careful of. Muchim. Yeah, naengmyeon. Naengmyeon sounds like a good idea. Maybe I'll do naengmyeon. There is a naengmyeon place. Actually, there are two. There's a yuksam naengmyeon, which used to be like the trend. Everyone wanted yuksam naengmyeon back like 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago. Nowadays, though, there aren't that many of them left. But they would have naengmyeon with a little bit of samgyeopsal. So they would come out together. So you eat meat with naengmyeon. That was kind of a trend at the time. Besides that, there's also a Tokbi restaurant, which comes with memir guksu, I believe. No, is it makguksu? Makguksu, yeah. Anyway, noodles and Tokbi. So pig's feet is also another common one. That's pretty good. Maybe I'll get that. I could eat right here. It would be ramen, though. If I ate right here, it would be ramen. Because this place only sells, like, Oh, maybe I should get that. Maybe I should I eat here? Should I get like sotok sotok? Should I keep streaming? I don't know. Because they have this store I showed you before. There's like a cafe. They have a chicken restaurant there. That's the place that I think delivers. That's the one that had the signs that say, "We'll deliver to you." And then they listed the zone. So you can tell them what area of the park you're in, and then they'll deliver chicken to you. Although I don't have a phone number right now, I can't even call them if I wanted to, but they're right here. Let's see. Let me see what they have. Let me see what they have. Hangang ramen. They have ramen. There's no one else here. Well, there's a couple people over next to the 편의점, but there's no one right here in this area. They have ramen. They have chicken. They have hot dog. They have sotak sotak, 고구마 stick, so like kind of fried sweet potato. Chicken. They have a sign for, oops, sorry, I didn't realize my phone just fell down. They have a sign advertising their chicken restaurant in the park. Now you know where I am. The spring deal. So the chicken, the entire menu at this place is 2001 off. So that's not a huge discount. But anyway, it's showing, oh, look, it's only 23 instead of 25. But then if you go to the bottom, it's kind of funny. It's like, why is it upside down? Why is this upside down? Sorry, it switched upside down again. Anyway, let me see if I can fix it. There we go. But then it's already over. That was like a week ago. They just haven't removed this yet. Okay, if I eat here though, it would just be chicken. But then I think that would take like 20 minutes to come out. So I don't know. I don't know if I feel like chicken either today. Hold on, let me see. Kai! 순대볶음 또는 라면 먹어요. 순대볶음. Okay. I had sundae actually just a couple days ago. I didn't have 순대볶음 though. Ramen. Ramen could be a good idea. Maybe ramen. But I don't see anyone here. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, there's a kiosk. Okay, it's like huge, bad reflection. So let me see if I can order here. Oh, that's here. This is the kiosk for the chicken place, and this is the kiosk for here. Okay, so we don't want that one anymore. Okay, let's see. We can go up here. Sorry, I know you can't see too well. I'm trying my best. Okay, they have ramen, so you can get. What the heck is this? 오징어 짬뽕. I've actually never seen that kind before. They also have 진라면. Sunan mat, so like the mild flavor and spicy flavor. Sorry, another tangmyeon, ansangtamyeon, another kind of ramen. 짜파게티, 너구리, 신라면. Black. 신라면 black is like the higher quality version, but honestly, I've tried it. It's like pretty much the same. Okay. You know what? We'll get it as a special occasion. Get 신라면 black. Okay, so now you can see they added it to my thing. Yeah. What else do we want to get? Let's see. Do they have sotak sotak? Okay, maybe I'm going to do this. Kai, what do you think? Sotak sotak and 신라면. What do you think? I need Kai's approval. Do I need anything else? Just keep pushing buttons so it doesn't cancel everything. Nay? Okay. Good. They also have chicken here too, but I feel like if I did chicken, it's going to take a while to come out. And I'm not really that hungry either. So I feel like we could do that. Okay. Okay, I don't want to show off my credit card. I get my credit card here. Hold on, I gotta grab it out of my bag. Ugh. Okay, can I get it out? Please don't cancel. Okay.
라면
네.
바로 드릴게요.
네.
라면 가지고 안쪽에다 이 바코드 찍고 조리하시면 되고요.
아, 네.
소떡소떡은 튀겨지면 여기 준비해드릴게요.
아, 네. So I got to do it myself. But it's inside. They have the water, and I scan the barcode. She said, and it'll put out the right amount of water. Do Koreans get surprised when you speak Korean? Yes, always. Okay, so I'll show you, but I'm gonna wait because I don't want to have to show the worker. See, this doesn't have any important information, but it's got a little receipt. This is the order receipt, which has your order number. But also when you get stuff in Korea, it'll ask you if you want a receipt, and that'll have the actual, like, this, you ordered this and you ordered this and you paid this much and this is your card. I'm gonna throw away my trash here. Perfect? Oh, thank you. But I know they're not perfect. I know what my own Korean sounds like. It's good, but perfect is... Nobody's perfect. Yeah, she's gonna bring the sotok out here. Oh, it's actually kind of cool here.
방법은 따로 어떤데요? 있기는 해요, 그 방법이?
You are much better than me. Okay. 아 그냥 가져가서
아, 네.
알아서 하면 되는
안
거예요.
나오면 안 나오겠어요.
아, 저 뭐 어떻게 하는지 잘. 우리는
잘
친구랑 같이 해가지고.
아, 그랬구나.
아, 알겠어요. 제가 그러면 알아서
아, 네.
해볼게요.
이것만 했어요.
네네.
이거 다 넣고
네.
조리 시작만 누르시면
네네.
되거든요.
네, 감사합니다.
네,
해볼게요.
감사합니다.
She's like, what are you doing? You can make it. I'm like, oh, I didn't know I was supposed to just grab one of the ramen packets and do it. I thought she was going to bring out one of the ramen packets. But okay, so let me show. Okay, so. Basically, she said, I just pushed this 조리 시작, which is start cooking button, after I put the ramen and stuff in. So it says what to do. You scan the barcode, then you check that it's not too close. It's not. It's already in there. And then when it's flashing, you put it there, and then you just put the 조리 시작. But I'm also going to add, let me put this down for a second. Powder, and put the vegetables in, and then this black. 조리 후 마지막에 넣어주세요. So I put this in at the very end. And then definitely do not touch that water. It's like boiling water in hell. It'll kill you. Okay. Then you can see here, 조리 시간. That's cooking time. Yeah, I know how to use them, but I didn't know I'm supposed to just grab it. Usually, um, when I've done this before, usually the worker gives you the packet that you got, and then you go and do it yourself. But she didn't bring it, so I was thinking, oh, maybe I should do it myself, but I don't know. So I waited. But yeah, I was supposed to get it myself. 좀 보여주고 있어요. 외국 사람한테 어떻게 하는지. 네. 네? 아, yes. 네? 아, 미국이요. 미국이요.
미국
네.
비즈니스
아니요. 유튜버요.
유튜버.
네.
아 유튜버맨.
네. 같이 나오시겠어요? 여기서 일하시는 거예요?
미국에서 이거 하면
네. 잘 될 것 같아요. 네. 좀 잘 될 것 같아요.
한국 사람은 이미 가서 하고 있어요.
아, 그래요? 네, 제가 듣기로는 LA도 한 군데 정도 있다고 들었어요.
LA가
네, 저는 안 가봤어요.
타운이니까.
네.
이거는
네.
어디? 아 이거 사업 아이디어를 주어야 되나?
어차피 저 안 할래요. 너무.
유튜브보다
네.
하여튼 오케이. 그 하여튼 그리고 만약에 필요하면 아이디어를
네, 알겠습니다.
돈 버는 거.
네. 아니, 저는
이제
네.
그 핸드폰만 돈이 되는 게 아니라
그쵸.
세상을 살다 보면 가장 중요한 건 먹어야 돼요.
그쵸. 안 먹고 사는 사람 어디 있어요?
그 다음에 자야 돼요.
그쵸.
그 다음에 입어야 돼요.
네.
그러니까 돈을 벌려고 하는 중요한 거를 뭘 하셔야 되냐면 역사를 읽어요.
포토포토 앞에 있어요?
네, 감사합니다.
유튜버래?
그래서요.
So the guy inside was I didn't understand one word that he said. I just moved my mouth and he's like, oh, okay. No, he was like, hey, you want to make money? You know, everyone, you know, gotta get into things where people eat. You know, you gotta eat, you gotta sleep. You know, that, and you gotta. I can't remember the third thing that he said. But yeah, he's like, oh, if you want to make money, you gotta get into these things. And he's asking like, oh, where are you from? But I think first he asked it in English, and I couldn't quite understand his accent. But the second time he asked it, I guessed that he was asking where I was from in English. So that's why then he came over and started talking. Okay, this is almost done. And then he told the other worker that he's like, oh, that guy's a YouTuber, and she's like, oh, I thought so. It's cool. I thought he was a YouTuber, is what she said. Because you can tell, you know, I'm holding a phone and looking at it. They know what's going on. Okay, this is done. Okay, now I add this, which is the last special powder that it says to add at the very end. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to do this with one hand. It's kind of hard. Okay, now I get my chopsticks out. Okay, I'm just going to mix it a little bit. And then she said the sotok is outside, so I'm going to grab that next. Okay. So let's hope we can get this out safely. Okay. Let's get a spot to eat. Let's go over there. Okay, let's put that here. Let's go get our sotok. Hold on, we need some sauce. I don't see it here. This one's my receipt. Don't see it around here. 저희 사장님. Oh, that's the sound of the ice machine. Hold on, I gotta ask where the sauce is.
누나가
저희 사장님 혹시 소스는
바깥에 냉장 빨간 냉장고 있어요.
아, 네, 감사합니다.
네.
Okay, so she said it's outside in the red refrigerator. Oh, here it is. I couldn't see it because it's kind of like fading out. It says ketchup, mustard, 간장 sauce. So it's a little, this is so cute. Look at this. That's so cute. Okay, so here we go. So we get some ketchup. Though you don't have to do it like this. You can do, I'm just going to do a little bit of ketchup. I'm not a big fan of ketchup on here. And mustard. Mustard's got 3 spouts, which is kind of cool. I really like the mustard on it. That was my favorite one. And then don't tell anyone. I'm gonna put a little bit of the kangjang sauce on it too. Don't tell anyone. It's not supposed to do that. It's a secret. They'll kick you out of Korea if they find out. Okay. Okay. Let's see if they have any. I don't see any napkins, but oh well. Let's do it. Do it live. Okay. Got that. Yeah, it's okay. No, Kai, it's not regular yellow mustard. It's honey mustard. Whenever you hear mustard in Korean, they're actually referring to honey mustard. Regular mustard also exists, but usually people are talking mustard. So let me see if I can get a good angle of this. Let's see if I can get a good angle. Actually, you know what? Let's just go switch around. That way I can see. Okay. Let's put this farther away. There we go. Okay, now you can kind of see. All right. And instead, though, I won't be able to hear. I won't be able to see your comments too well. So you might want to use caps so I can read it. All right, so we got some Shin Black, which is the black is anytime you see an item that has a version called black, that is a extra version that's supposed to be like the high quality version. So there's a Shin Black. There's also like Seugang Black. There's a couple different like black versions, and that's the higher quality version. But really, sometimes it's better. Other times, like some people say they prefer the black version. I think it's kind of the same. I just got it because it's more expensive and I can. But when it comes to like seugang, like shrimp chips, the regular one's better than the black version, I think. Oh, okay. Anytime you see me reaching over, I'm gonna be reading comments. Ever since you started walking around, the quality dropped. Oh no. Okay, this is still really hot. Oh, it smells super good though. The black smells better than the regular one because this is not the smell that I normally know from Shin-ramyeon, which kind of has like a, I don't know, Shin-ramyeon's like the most basic ramen. I'm not a huge fan of it, but this has like a nicer smell. It's not as like salty kind of a smell. It probably has the same amount of salt, but it doesn't have that smell. I take it back, that's better. How come I didn't like it that much last time? I thought the regular was better, but right now I'm trying that, and this tastes clearly better than the regular Shin-ramyeon. Hold on, I don't have napkins, but I do have these. If you're coming to Korea, I'll give you a tip. Bring wet ones. I swear, these do not exist in Korea. Nothing like them exists. You can get the bags of like hand sanitizer wipes. These are the best. I swear. Wet ones, if you're out there, if anyone's like the Wet Ones CEO, contact me. We'll work something out. I don't know what the heck I would do advertising Wet Ones on a Korean learning channel, but figure something out. They're like just the right size to wash your hands off because I've been, streaming and touching random stuff. But yeah, bring some of these to Korea if you can. I really recommend these more than just hand sanitizer. I don't want that to fly away. I recommend always carry around a little pack of tissues. You can buy tiny packs of tissues from Daiso. These. Super tiny. I buy get like 6 of them for 1,000won. I carry around those. I also carry around a little bag with some the teeth cleaner things like floss with a little on a little stick. Sometimes need those. And then I do have a little bottle of hand sanitizer, but I don't use it. I don't use it that much. Usually I just use these. I have some gum. I prefer Korean gum. I feel like it's sweet. It's a little simpler. Korean gum. And then I also carry around one of these from Daiso, a detergent stick. Although you can also get the Tide wipes or Tide stick. That's good too. You're gonna get something on your clothes. 100%. There's so much like kotsukaru everywhere in Korea. You're gonna get something splashed on your clothes that you need to get out right away. So this one's from Daiso. It's just a stick of detergent. So you have to add water to make it work, but it works really good. It's really strong. And then Tide sticks also work too. They just tend to expire after, like, you know, if you leave them in your bag a year later, it's going to be dry. So that's why I might recommend this kind of stick from Daiso instead. And also when I say Daiso, I mean the Korea Daiso, which is not the same company as Japanese Daiso. They also carry completely different items. So if you go to Daiso in the US trying to prepare, it's not the same stuff. They won't have that stick. They won't have these little packs of tissues. They won't have a lot of the stuff I'm talking about here. Okay, let me, where did I put that? Did I just put trash in here? Where'd that go? I have no clue what I just, oh, here it is, okay. It's like I put trash in here and it disappeared. Okay, I'll save this for later. All right, yes, what's in my bag? Oh, let's see, what else do I got? Oh, okay, let me eat a little bit more and I'll show you more off what I got in my bag. I swear ramen tastes so much better when you eat it outside. Like in the house, when you eat it at your house, it's just not that good. And when you go outside, it's so much better. Sorry if you don't like listening to eating sounds. I'm not doing it on purpose. Someone said something about, we have Japanese Daiso in the US. Yes, US has Japanese Daiso. They do not have Korean Daiso. Japanese Daiso is great too, but they sell completely different stuff. Some of it's really cool, but you can't get, like I said, they don't have the detergent stick. They don't have there's so many items that are only at the Korean Daiso that I like. And vice versa. The cool thing I like about Daiso though is a lot of the stuff they sell, since it's so cheap, they're like really small, which is perfect for portability. Because like I said, you can buy big bags of like tissues anywhere you want, or like big bags of, you know, sanitary wipes or whatever. But this kind of thing, well, this is only wet ones, but something like that little thing of the detergent I have, like, they're not going to sell that in the US. It's too tiny. Okay, I'm going to take a break from the ramen because I want to show you my other favorite junk food, which I mentioned, sotak sotak. This one's really good. Normally they only give you 4 of these. It'll be sotak sotak, literally sausage tok, sausage tok. That's it. But this is sotak 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 sotak. So let's try this. The sausages, they're not Vienna sausages. They're not like gross. It's like a hot dog sausage with the kind of a crunchy outside casing. And I think it's beef. Mm. Yeah, it's correct. This place I had it last time. It was really good. It's the same. It's really good. The rice is like crunchy on the outside because it's fried. The inside's chewy like mochi. Mmm. Oh yeah, that's good. Now I still have swuptak. You guys get to watch me eat. It's really good. One thing though is that Shin Ramyeon is not as spicy as you might think. It has like a spicy flavor the whole time through, but it's like it's not strong. It's nothing that if you're someone who's kind of weak to spicy flavor, it's nothing you couldn't eat. I was gonna say it looks like more like hot dog, while hot dog is actually corn dog. That's right. Yeah, it's funny. Korean, the word. Oh man. Okay, I take it back. I just ate. There was a little piece of pepper in there, chopped pepper, and I breathed while I was eating it. Oh, that's really spicy. Okay. Yeah, the word hot dog in Korean is actually what we would call a corn dog, but corn dogs are not corn dogs in the US. The Korean corn dogs are typically double fried, so they're like thicker. So it has more of the bread stuff on the outside. Whereas the US ones, it's common, they're single fried, like it's really thin. They just dip it once and then fry it. The Korean ones, they dip it once and they fry it a little bit and they dip it again and they fry it again. So they're like kind of thick. And it's common that they'll also add, because it's thicker, it's common they'll add extra ingredients around it. Like, I think French fries or tater tots is the most common that I see. They'll put tater tots around it. So then when they fry it, the whole thing is like a tater tot corn dog. And then you put ketchup on top of it. It's really good. But it's not a hot dog and it's not a corn dog. I mean, it is a corn dog, but it's different. Mm. Oh, that's good. I feel like the breading is different. Yeah, because it's sweeter. I know that in the US it's not so common to make the corn dog sweet, but here you'll get the breading is sweeter. And also it even goes with the sauce. They put kind of a sweet ketchup sauce on top, not just the regular ketchup we have in the US. So there's a lot of little differences. Mm. Mm. Lady Napa, yes, they do. Flavor-wise, it's kind of similar. I've had the frozen hot dogs, what you're talking about, that they sell, the Korean frozen hot dogs. The difference though in Korea is the size. The ones that you buy, the frozen ones that you buy, are pretty small. They're like this big, or maybe like that big frozen. They're pretty small. But the ones you get in Korea are usually a little bit bigger, is what I found. But yeah, pretty similar other than that. And also the Korean ones are also a little bit thicker too. Because I feel like if they made them the same thickness, they're not going to cook correctly. They're just going to get all hard, since the ones in Korea are made fresh. All right, Jesus, take care. My yellow fever is under control. It's good to hear. Make sure to keep taking your medicine, exercise. No Korean dramas for a week. In the US, we have cheddar-filled hot dogs. There's no breading usually, and most of the time it's just a plain sausage. Ah, yeah. I mean, if you're talking about like garbage food, the US wins. There's no competition for the US, and you know that. We win when it comes to garbage food. We have the most sodas, like the most snacks, like chips, candy, all that stuff. Like the nastiest combination you can think of will be like someone's like, I had that yesterday. I mean, you know, we got like Krispy Kreme donuts with like deep fried bacon and like, you know, we got everything. Deep fried butter. Korea doesn't have that kind of stuff, fortunately. I'm not gonna knock it. It tastes pretty good, but yeah, Korea doesn't have that kind of stuff. Oh, this is so good. I don't want to drink the juice though. I mean the soup. I'm just trying to pick out the little stuff. But I think I'm done. I don't think I'm gonna get everything up. Okay, I think I'll leave that. I don't think I'm gonna get anything else out of that. Mm. Mm. Yeah. Someone's asking about Costco in Korea. Okay, so fun thing is if you can get a Costco membership in Korea, it's cheaper than the US. A lot. I think it's like 20 bucks cheaper. But it works in the US and vice versa. So if you have a Costco card, feel free to bring it. The thing is though, they have a food court in Korea, but it's nothing like the food court in the US. So don't expect to get your churros and your Costco pizza. They're not going to have Polish. I mean, they don't even in the US either, but that's another story. But they don't have all the same stuff. And even the Costco pizza is not, it's not the Costco pizza. It's not what you want. Costco hot dogs, no. So they have a lot of the same items, but it's not the same. It's not as good. But, I mean, if you really just want plain, like, pepperoni pizza, it's kind of okay. Let's throw it away here. Okay. Is it bad etiquette to drink the ramen broth? No, it's not bad etiquette, but it's bad for your health. I mean, think about it. When you add the salt, where does most of it go? I shouldn't say salt. The seasoning packet is mostly salt, right? I don't know what percent goes in the ramen, in the noodles, but I'd wager that most of it goes in the soup. So you're just getting mostly salt. Now, does salt have high calorie? No. Is it bad for a diet? Kind of, I guess. Can make your skin retain extra water, so you're going to gain water weight. But it's fine. Just do it. It tastes good. Ah. I give up. I was going to try to pull it off, but it would have made the sausage hit me in the face, so I just gave up. Mm. Yeah, MC, what they say is correct. It's not that it's bad manners, it's just unhealthy. Mm. All right, Kai, take care. I'm gonna end this soon too. Okay, I am full. That sotak was huge. It was, like I said, twice as big as a regular one. The ramen's decent sized portion. I had that, and then I also had the drink earlier with Milkis and blue lemonade. I'm full. And how much did I spend? $8,000. 8,001. What's that, like $6? $6. I mean, I didn't eat at a restaurant. I didn't eat like a fancy meal or anything, but $6 and I'm full and happy. Where else can you do that? I ask you, where else can you do that? I mean, I'm sure that you can name like 100 countries that are, cheaper than Korea, sure. But yeah, I'd say it's pretty good value. It was a really good lunch. I know people donated like over 70 bucks. And what do I choose to eat? $6 for ramen and sotak. But that's really good. I think I could eat more, like if I forced myself, but like as of right now, I'm totally satisfied. Like I'm good. I'm not gonna eat anything else today until I'll have something small for dinner. All right, let me just clear this up. I'm gonna leave the camera here. I'm gonna go clear this up and I'm gonna come right back. Give me a second. I actually could have shown you the trash can. It's kind of cool how it works, because I realized, oh, you probably don't know what to do when you have your trash. You might be thinking, well, how do I throw it away? So I'm gonna go show you that in just a second. How do they clean the ramen broth? So I'm gonna show you that. Because every place you eat ramen, I mean, this kind of ramen, cup ramen, not a restaurant with Japanese ramen. They'll clean it up for you. But anytime you go outside to get a place like this, let me show you what it is. Now, I normally don't like showing dirty things in Korea, but I will make an exception because I feel like it's good to know. So this is what the trash looks like. So here first you can see this one's for cans, pyong, so bottles, and plastic. So if you have like a plastic bottle, don't throw it in the trash, throw it in here, they recycle it. Next is you throw away, I'm sorry, again, I'm showing you trash, but it's for a good reason. I threw away my sotok and the stick. Then here, 음식물 쓰레기통. So this is literally food waste trash bin. I'm going to show you again, close your eyes if you don't want to see. You pour the ramen in here. So the ramen, the extra ramen pieces, these are just little bits of ramen. It actually is not as gross as it might look to you. Anyway, the extra bits of ramen stay at the top, and then it has a little strainer that goes to the bottom. And throw that out separately, and then you put your bowl here. So this is how it works at every place you go to. If you see something like this, not sure if you see, if you ever see something like this, that's where you would put a cup. If you got like coffee or something like that, you would put them separately because that's paper waste and they would recycle that separately, but no one's got that. And that's how the trash works. So now you can confidently throw away your trash the next time that you go to eat ramen in Korea. Hopefully that wasn't too disgusting. Sorry, I normally am not like straight up filming a trash can on my channel, but I feel like you should know how it works, because I've seen some people, they don't know and they just throw the whole thing into the trash can, and like, don't do that. That just makes all the trash covered with ramen, and they don't like that. So yeah, it's supposed to be separate. Anytime there's food waste, there will be a separate bin, and it's always a little small one like that, which you step on to open. So look for a small trash can that you step on, like a step trash can next to the big trash can. And that's wherever you throw away the waste, like the food waste. So that could be ramen, or that could be, you know, the extra food you didn't eat. Anything you didn't eat would go in there and not in the regular trash can. Trash, throwing away trash, though, would be a whole separate video, because there's different things you need to know about separating trash if you live in Korea. But if you're just visiting Korea, you're not gonna have to deal with any of that, most likely. Okay, let's see. Where did I even come in from? I'm trying to think the best way that I should leave here. I'm pretty lost without being able to use my phone's GPS, and when I'm streaming, I can't. How's the weather there? Actually, it is quite warm, but right now it got a bit overcast, so it's kind of okay. But the past few days, it's been pretty warm. During the summer, it goes up to around 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So it can get quite hot, and it's also like up to about 80 degrees humidity, depending on the day. Typically though, somewhere between like 60-ish, 70-ish is kind of normal. So yeah, it can get hot and humid, but right now, early June, it's usually not too bad. It's just warm. I don't like it though, personally. I prefer cool weather. Yeah, that's what people are watching you thinking. He's filming trash. It's those little things that we will one day. Yeah, you're going to need to know how to do that someday. Definitely, whenever you see trash cans, always read the labels, because they tell you what you can throw. Yuribyung, so glass bottles. Kenyu, so yu is like a type, a kind of, so cans and things like that. So like metal and glass bottles. Kita is like various, miscellaneous, plastic. So that's not like plastic wrap, but this will be like plastic bottles and plastic, anything like that with, you know, if you eat yogurt, the yogurt container is plastic. And then the other ones are 일반 쓰레기, which is just normal trash. And that's where I go. I'm trying to find the exit here. There's the copyright zone I gotta stay away from. It was 102 Fahrenheit degree. Yeah, it gets hotter in other countries too. In LA, it can get over 100 too. It just depends, like exactly what part of LA, what day, what time, you know, all that stuff. Is there shade or not? It can get pretty hot. It gets hotter in California though than here. But California, it's only like 30 to 50% humidity. Whereas here it can get really hot and humid. So I prefer the higher temperatures and no humidity. I think humidity makes all the difference for how hot you feel. Like right now it's not hot. It's like probably upper 70s or maybe low 80s. But because it's kind of humid, like I feel hot, right? Even though like, I know it's not hot, but like what I feel kind of like, I want to get out of the heat, but I'm in the shade. So Koreans are expert at recycling. No, it's someone playing music, so I don't want to go near there because I don't want the video to get copyright strike or anything. 55 degrees in Melbourne, Australia. Oh, Melbourne, I got some family over there. I hope you mean 55 Fahrenheit. Yeah, it would be, right? Because it's the different seasons. It's swapped. So right now it's going into like winter time. So yeah, it would be 55 Fahrenheit. Okay. I was like 55 Celsius. I was like, maybe in the summer. Maybe in the summer. Sure. I don't know what. That's a big copyright zone over there. Gotta avoid that. Okay, someone says, has any Korean ever told you you have an accent while speaking Korean? No. I don't particularly have an accent when I speak in Korean, although I used to. When I was first learning Korean, I would often hear people tell me I have a Japanese accent. The reason, I thought they were being ridiculous, but the reason is no, because I was speaking Japanese before I learned Korean. So I did have a little bit of a Japanese accent, and I didn't know it. I was like, what are you talking about? It wasn't so much of an accent as it was like a ogyang, my intonation, and a little bit of my accent. So sometimes I get teased for that, but no, in a way. And as well as an American accent, of course I had, but these days I don't really hear that. Do you have a Korean accent when you speak Japanese? No, I just have an American accent when I speak Japanese, as far as I know. Because I learned Japanese first, so I got used to that sort of speaking before I got into Korean anyway. But I don't know, I haven't really asked anyone, no one's told me that when I speak Japanese I sound Korean. I probably not though. I just don't speak Japanese very well. So there's another food court area right over here. I think people are going to start singing here. They have a microphone. They have like a microphone and a, is that an, I don't even know what that is. Looks like an accordion. Is Weird Al gonna show up? Looks like an accordion, I swear. There's another convenience store, another market here. Not the one that I went to though before, so I've never had anything at this one over here. There's a second one right over here. I'm just trying to find the place that I came in because that's probably where I'm going to be leaving from again today, though I'm not sure. Actually, let me go out this way. Okay, any other quick questions? A street noraebang? Yeah, I have seen some people do that before. I was walking around Sinchon, not far from my apartment, and there was some like karaoke kind of group. They were singing and inviting some other people to come sing. I did see that. They were singing songs from Frozen. Remember them singing "Love is an Open Door"? I heard them doing that. Where are you walking? Is it a park? Yes. Okay, let's see. How do you study Korean? Go to Google and type in exactly this. Go Billy Korean Beginner Course 1. That's where I would start. If you don't have any idea, I would just start there. It'll get you pretty far into the basics. And then I can give you some guidance for what to do next. But that's where I would start. I saw you singing Piano Man like 5 years ago. Yeah, I still sing that sometimes. I have other songs that I do now. That was one of my earlier songs I did. Billy, how was your Korean study? I study vocabulary a lot. So you'll still see me. In fact, while coming here to stream on the bus, I did my vocabulary study for today. It took about 18 minutes, I think. And I study about, every day it's about 50 to 60 words. And they're all just like random vocabulary words that I'll still be learning that, you know, you can kind of understand them, but I don't know how to use them myself. So that's why I study them. So yeah, it's mostly just vocab study. Sometimes expressions, like there'll be some interesting expression I saw and I'll learn that. Okay, if I go out there, there's the main road. I don't want to go there. No. 50, 60 words is in Anki, not 50, 60 new words a day. That's insane. It's 5 new words a day, but because Anki will, or any flashcard program or flashcards, reviews the words again, 50 of those, 45 to 55 of those will be review, and the other 5 will be new ones. Yeah. No. 50 to 60, I mean, I used to do actually 50 words every day when I was first studying Korean. I had a system where I would write quizzes to myself every single day in the mornings and at nighttime. And I would do a quiz so I would be learning about 50 new words a day. The problem with that is when you're at a beginner level, there aren't any opportunities to hear and use those words. So even though you learn them and you have them for like a few months, then they leave your brain. So it's kind of a waste of time in a way, because you're learning all these words. You're like, yeah, of course I know it. Yeah, you can pass the Anki, whatever. But you don't actually know it. You can't actually use it. And then I would have to hope that someone uses one of those words. So yeah, it wasn't that effective and I stopped doing it. But it's possible. You can learn, like, I think probably 200 words a day if you're just spending a couple hours a day doing only vocab study. But then the problem is you can't use them. So great. You know, wow, you learned 4,000 or 5,000 words and you're still a beginner. Like, who cares if you can't use those words? So that's why I'm nowadays more against learning lots of vocab. I think it's much better to do between, maybe, I'll say 15. If you're a beginner, you still need vocab. So I'll say 15 a day. But I really would caution against doing much more than that, just because you're not gonna be able to use them anyway. And then also focus on the words that you're actually seeing used. Try not to go off the beaten path in the early stages. So like, don't learn words for like small stone, like pebble. Like, it's a good word, but you don't need it as a beginner. Learn the word for rock, toy. You're good. Don't learn like the word for gardenia tree. Just learn namu, tree. Like, don't learn pine cone. Just learn like leaf, like that kind of thing. Seed. Learn basic colors, things that things are made out of, like metal, wood, you know, glass, like really basic things like that. Don't go into like, I don't know, carbohydrates. You know, it's not a complicated word, but you're not going to need it as a beginner. So that's what I would say. Don't do more than like maybe 15 words a day. Is a rock shaped like a rock? Sure, whatever. I'll have a cheeseburger. Yeah, I knew that was, I know exactly who's saying this. 백두산 정상. Yeah, 백두산 정상 is probably not a word that you need to know as a beginner. Although if you get lost and you're on 백두산, then you probably need to know that word. Over 9,000 words per day? Yeah, that's not going to happen. No, but I really think realistically, if you wanted to, you could do 200 words a day. And I've heard of people doing that before. I myself, the most I ever did in one, I think was like 120 or 130 when I did a couple days where I would do over 100 words. It's just like, why? You're just spending hours learning vocab that you then forget a few months later, unless you continually keep quizzing yourself on those forever. But that takes up all your time. Then you have no time to study grammar. And someone asked if I still study grammar, and yes, I do. I still study grammar forms, but they're going to be, you know, mostly like idiomatic grammar forms. I'm not going to be studying like all the words, all the grammar forms for because I already know all those, but it's going to be studying stuff like, I don't know, in spite of the fact that, you know, like that kind of grammar form. Like there are some grammar forms that's like, it's less common, but you might hear it. So even if I understand it, I want to be able to use it well myself. So that's the stuff I might study. But yeah, it's not going to be like, I don't have to still study how to say like if and when or like while, even though there are a lot of those forms, just because you get exposed to them so much. I think that's where I came out of. No, it's not. No, I didn't come out of there. I came out of over there because I see there's the freeway. It's going to drop to -6 degrees there this Wednesday. What? No, it's not. Not in Korea. But where are you talking about? You talking about Paektusan? Any K-drama recommendations? None. I would not recommend K-dramas for beginners to study Korean ever, because they'll never be simple enough. They'll never be the right level to help a beginner. I don't even recommend K-dramas for advanced learners. I think they're not going to be a good study method for you. I would recommend for beginners to focus on the type of material that Korean teachers are making. Something that's like it's close to your level, but a little bit higher. Like, where did Bob buy pizza? Bob met Sally and they bought pizza together at the school. I don't know why the school's selling pizza, but that kind of sentence for new beginners. And then when you've kind of gotten some of the basics down, then I would go straight into like talk shows, variety shows, YouTubers, streamers, podcasts, that sort of stuff. But simple, nothing like too complicated. There are a lot of YouTube channels where Korean teachers make listening content, which would be perfect in that level. They're actually talking. Like they'll talk about, oh, I did this today, or let's talk about Korean culture. And they're talking about something interesting, but they're doing it clearly and slowly so that you can understand. Oh yeah, I found the way back. That's what I would recommend. And there are a lot of good YouTubers who do that kind of content. Is this? Hold on. No. This is not the way I came. Nope. Nope, this is not where I came. It wouldn't be a Billy stream if you didn't get to watch me get completely lost. Are you wearing your sunscreen? On my face, yes, but not on my arms. But my arm hair protects me mostly, so I should be okay. But yeah, I am wearing it on my neck and my face. 안녕하세요. 한국 학생입니다. Argentina. Okay, cool. Argentina. YouTubers and vlogs. Yeah. And I made a video. If you search my channel for the keyword podcast, you'll find I made a video with recommended YouTube channels that are podcasts that are currently making new videos, so active. And there are a lot. There are plenty even more. If I had included ones that are inactive, it would have been like 10 times longer. There are so many like good podcasts out there that just aren't active anymore. But if you just want content that you can listen to, okay, I found the path now. If you just want content that you can listen to, I would check that out first. Some cool YouTubers that just do kind of like daily life vlogging, and they'll share what they did and their opinions on things, or they'll teach you culture, but they're doing it all in Korean. And it's not a Korean lesson. You don't have to think of it as like a Korean lesson. You can just kind of watch it and enjoy it. And they come with Korean subtitles, which is so good. So there's no worry about like English subtitles. You don't have to like translate everything. Just watch it and enjoy it. Write down a new word if you want. You know, they'll explain it. But it's cool because they'll also explain new words. So you don't really need a dictionary necessarily to do it. But I would recommend those, and a lot of good channels that are doing that. The beginner YouTube learning content doesn't seem challenging enough. Well, then you're ready for the next stuff. But the intermediate level, too difficult. You might not have the right idea of what intermediate content is then. So if you're saying beginner stuff's too easy, like you're probably talking about like textbook stuff, or like Korean teacher makes like easy Korean listening video. Like if that's too easy for you, great. But you feel like the intermediate stuff is too hard. Well, intermediate stuff is going to be actually native level stuff. That's not advanced. So if you're watching a show, like a YouTuber vlogging, that's actually intermediate. It's not advanced. Advanced would be a doctor or someone, a lawyer, or someone speaking very quickly or with dialect and slang. That kind of thing would be more advanced. But just something like someone talking would not ever be considered advanced. Like all the stuff that you're going to be using in like 99% of real situations is actually just in the intermediate level. That's why I was saying before, you don't need to be advanced to speak fluent Korean. You can speak fluent Korean when you're just a decent intermediate level. Like below intermediate, you can sound fluent at the low intermediate level. Now, most people though who are fluent, that would call themselves fluent, are usually like mid to high intermediate level, like actually starting to have real conversations, but you don't have to be advanced to do that. So if you're still struggling with intermediate level material, that's fine. Can you understand the gist of it? Then I think it's fine. You can keep using it. If you're watching and you don't really understand any of it, I would say you might still need to go back down to the earlier materials. But stuff like podcasts, I think, are the best. YouTube podcasts, because you're only listening and they're going to be speaking very clearly to make sure you can hear every word they're saying. Even if you don't know it, you're going to hear it. So I think that's sort of the best content for beginners, is that kind of podcast. Like if there were a Korean version of me that just does live streams and just speaks in Korean, because I think I try to speak kind of clearly in English, that's something that you could use as a Korean learner. Cat or dag person? Oh, dog. I was going to say dag just because I was so curious. I'm like, well, I mean, I like cats, but they're not a dag. Cat. If I have to pick, I like cats because they leave you alone. Dogs care too much. Dogs are like, they're all over you. They're like, hey, where'd you go? I didn't see you for 10 seconds, so I threw up all over the floor and ate your gift cards. Whereas cats are like, you're back already? So I think I'm more of a cat person. Not that I don't dislike dogs, but I just feel like okay, cool. But some dogs are kind of like cats, and that's cool too. I think I heard like the Shiba Inu, I heard that's kind of like a cat where it doesn't like to be bothered, but I don't know. Just kind of what I heard. And then yeah, some cats are also more like friendly, like they really want you to be around and they get bothered when you're not home. So yeah, you know, like my mom, I guess I should say my mom because I moved out of my mom's house a long time ago, but we had a cat. We had a few cats, a lot of cats growing up, okay? A lot of cats. And yeah, they're all different personalities. Some of them just live outside. A couple of them would like make sure that they're always sitting in front of you. No matter where you are, they'd find the person in the house and sit right in front of them or on top of what they're doing. But then the other cats would just be like, you know, leave me alone. I'm going outside. I'm going to sleep. Don't pet me unless I feel like it. But yeah, I think more of a cat person. My wife, though, is more of a dog person. So I told her, though, if she really wanted, I'll be fine getting a dog. I could do that. Personally, though, I wouldn't really want a cat. I'm like, cats are annoying too. If I had to pick one, I'd probably pick a cat. But the cats are kind of annoying too. We had one of our cats would always yell at you to feed them, even if you already fed them. If they already had food, they'd just come right back up to you and go, "Meow, meow," like keep whining until you give them more food. And if you're eating something, they would want to try it. Doesn't matter what it is. Like, it doesn't matter, not cat food. Like, it could be like spicy. They don't care. They just want to try it. Cereal. Like, let me try it. And you let them try it. They're like, this is disgusting. And they walk away. Like, I told you it's going to be disgusting. 12 cats. 12 cats. So you're the cat lady. You're the crazy cat lady. Or cat man. I don't know. Humans are minions for kitties. Yes. All rescued. Okay. Oh, that's cool. 12 cats is kind of a lot, but if they're potty trained, it's not terrible, as long as you don't have allergies or you know, like a little kid, because I know that the cat litter, that's not too good for babies and stuff. But I was dog person, but now I am both. Yeah, I still consider myself a cat person, but I'll accept dogs. Catman brings weird Batman. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. There was a show called oh, what show was it? Catman? Did that show have Catman? I can't remember. It was some Nickelodeon cartoon show. I can't remember. Anyway, yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking of Cat Dog on Nickelodeon. Cat dog, alone in the world is a little cat dog. The show was kind of dumb. How did we use the bathroom? I had a cat named Spinach. I love cats, but I'm super allergic, so no cats for me. Yeah. I don't have allergies, so I'm okay with it, but I know a lot of people do. And also the annoying thing about cats is that even if they're short hair, or actually especially if they're short hair, they just leave little hairs everywhere. Like you'll put your coat down, if it's dark color, and you pick it up, like your cat wasn't even in the room and be like covered in cat hair. So you'd always have to be pulling cat hair off. You'd always need a lint roller everywhere. Okay, when you're talking about your pets in Korean, do you say 우리 강아지 or 내 고양이? Like 우리 강아지 or 고양이? Okay, that's a good question. So you actually say any of them, but they have different connotations. If you say 내 or 제, it's like they're mine, only mine. Like I am the sole provider of this cat. Usually though, if you're living alone, you might not have a cat. Maybe you do. You could say 내 or 제, but it's more common that people will use 우리. Literally, it's like our. So you're referring to like our family, our family's cat sort of thing. So 우리 is more common for that. But even more common than that is if it's your family's pet, is using 우리 집 고양이 or 우리 집 강아지. Literally, 우리 집 is my or our house. 우리 is our, so my family's house is what it means. So the cat at my family's house is what you're saying. It's really common to say that. It's kind of like saying, yeah, my family's cat, you know, my cat at my house, kind of like that. So 우리 집 고양이, 우리 집 강아지, or 우리 강아지, 우리 고양이 is also fine too. 내, 제 makes sense. They'll understand you. It's just less common because, like I said, it kind of implies that it's all yours. Fur is like glitter. Yeah, I hate glitter. Seriously, who invented glitter? They need to like jump into a pile of glitter and then not shower and just they have to walk around their house and do everything that they normally do with the glitter on. And after they've been doing that for a whole week, then they can shower and get changed and everything, but then they have to live with it. They have to clean it. They have to try to clean it all up and they'll never get it all out. My dog sheds constantly and everywhere too. Oh yeah, if you have a husky, it's also really bad for that, I know. Like, they say 우리 even when living alone. Yeah, sure. Because the reason is it's customary to say 우리 for family members anyway. So they kind of just extend that out to pets as well, even though it's not quite the same thing. Okay, I think I'm gonna try to cross. I'll cross, there's like there's a bridge over there I'm gonna cross at. Because I don't want to cross at like the rock bridge here. Stream keeps cutting, but I think it's back now. Sometimes when I click the camera reverse button, it'll cut out the stream. So I think it thinks that I clicked the X button or something. Hey, Colin. But yeah, 도깨비 조심하세요. Yeah, 도깨비. There are no 도깨비 here. I'm 18 and a half way through your beginner course. Hope to complete it soon and become a little fluent by the time I'm in college. Nice. Yeah, you won't be fluent when you finish the course. I'd say it teaches all of the fundamental low beginner stuff. So it's definitely enough for basic conversations, but it wouldn't be a fluent level. Surprised it's not super crowded. Actually, it was really crowded here in the morning. There are a lot of people doing exercise while I was walking before I started the stream. Okay, what's the most common thing? I'm just walking to the bus stop where I came from. I don't even think I'm going to be taking the bus from there. I'm just walking there. What's the most common thing people say when you speak Korean to them? Whatever I ask them, there isn't one thing that they're all going to say. It's just if I ask them a question, they'll answer the question. But if you're asking like, what's the most common thing that people will say when they hear you speak Korean, it's going to be 한국말 잘하시네요. 한국말 잘하시네요 is the most common by far. Wow, you speak good Korean. That's the most common. But they're not going to say that if I ask a question right away. They're going to answer the question. MC says, it was common to name dogs after their fur color in Korea in the past. Looking back, it can seem a bit discriminatory. Yes, that's right, because they have dog names that would be like Blackie, Brownie, you know, like that kind of thing is probably a little more problematic today. But in Korean, there will be some names like that. Nowadays, though, people will pick more cute names, kind of. Not human names, but still kind of like more cute names. Your AT's deep dive analysis video was so interesting. Oh, thank you. Would love to see more videos about other groups. I will be doing another group. There's a overpass above me, and there's an ambulance going by on the overpass. So that's what you're hearing right now. My guess though is there's a lot of traffic, so it's not able to just pass by really quick. It's like kind of maneuvering through the cars. Okay. I had a dog named that too, and it was a black Labrador. Definitely wouldn't nowadays. Yeah, you wouldn't want to do it nowadays because people would think, you know, oh, it's kind of bad to name it. But at the time, it was really just for the pattern or the skin, the hair, fur color. In fact, it's still common for cats. If you see a random cat that is kind of orange, it's common to call them cheese, for the color. 고등어, I believe, is another one for kind of like a grayish cat. Literally like means like a mackerel, because that's the color of a mackerel fish. And then not for the fur color, but it's really common to call stray cats nabi, butterfly. That one though, I'm not quite sure why that one came out, like where that one's from. But cheese is common for like kind of an orange, kind of like, you know, classic tabby cat. I mean, orange type of tabby. And yeah, so people will still call like animals by their fur color pretty often. Any tips on surviving the Korean summer? Yes. Okay, I'm getting close back to where I came from, so I'll stop the stream in less than 5 minutes because I'm almost there. Korean summer is all about humidity. So how do you fight the humidity? Well, you stay in the shade at least, because you don't want the heat. At least if it's humid, you don't want to be too hot. What I do is I drink tons and tons of water. So I carry around a water bottle with me at all times. And the more water you drink, the better. So if you're able to drink a liter of cold water, it's all going to come out in sweat. But you're going to feel much better, because at least you're going to be sweaty anyway because it's humid. At least when you're going to be sweaty, that sweat will not be all hot and sticky from the outside. It'll be kind of cool from the inside, if that makes sense. So you're still going to sweat regardless, but at least it'll be kind of refreshing sweat, if that makes sense. So I recommend drinking a lot more water than you need. So carry around cold water, drink more than you need. And I found that helps a lot. Besides that, yeah, take an extra shower. Sometimes I'll just come home and I'll just take a second shower because I'm kind of sweaty. And even if I'm not sweaty, it's just humid. You can't tell. 길냥이. Yeah. 길고양이. Street cat. Oh yeah, nabi. Nabi like a butterfly. Yeah, they refer to street cats, stray cats you can call nabi. Oh, nabia, nabi, nabia. It's common to call them that. Like I said, I don't know the origin of that. If it actually is just supposed to be butterfly, if it has to do with their fur pattern, or if it's just some unrelated thing. I have no idea. But yeah, so I don't know. What's your favorite Korean YouTube channel? Like, it's always different. Right now, like I said, it's Limtoon. I'm having fun watching Limtoon horror videos. I also like a photography YouTuber, Mate. You can also find him, Che Mate. It's another popular YouTuber for photography. Yeah, but if you ask me another month later, I might give you some different answers because I'm always trying to find new stuff. Okay, finally I'm back to where I started. The bus stop I got off was just like 1 more minute down the street. And now I can see lots of cars passing. They're probably looking at me and thinking, what's that guy doing live streaming on the side of a road? There's literally nothing to see here. Oh yeah, the horror channel is a little bit fast, but I like it. I still think it's okay because they speak clearly, even though they do speak quickly, and they don't use much complicated vocabulary. They kind of speak a little bit like normal vocabulary. Hold on, I don't want to walk in the bike lane here. Okay. I'm just gonna walk a little bit more, then we're gonna stop for today. I've already been streaming for long enough. Peachy Cole, no, I haven't heard of that. Is that another YouTuber? Okay, I don't want to stop my stream right in the middle of the street, so I'm gonna go over here. It's kind of random. All right, I think that's good for today. I'm gonna stop the stream for here. Thank you everyone for participating and hanging out. This was fun. Next time I'll do another stream in like a couple weeks. Next week I can't because my family's gonna be coming to Korea this weekend, so I'm gonna be pretty busy with that. I wanna get things set up. But the week after that, I'm gonna try to do another live stream, and then maybe I can do a stream every week in Korea after that. Oh my goodness, now I'm just in the direct sun. No shade, just the direct sun. And there's a bike coming here. Okay, all right, so I'm gonna stop here before I start looking really weird streaming in front of all these cars. Thank you everyone for coming, and I will see you again. Again, thank you also for everyone who donated to my lunch. Take care. 그럼 다음에 또 봐. Okay, now I can end the stream. Okay.